Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for, get ready, Friday the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, and guys, and Torty in our YouTube room so you guys can hear me and see my screen. Well, first of all, look at this nonsense. So if you just showing up now. So Tenon, TNON, pretty impressive, right? Up 170%. However, and when I saw this spike up here, I thought, okay, maybe it was on what, one or two shares. Now I don't know how many shares were traded up here, but if you can believe it, this Tenon, TNON, got up to $130. And I'm seeing there were 419,000 shares traded. And then even the next 15-minute, a little higher, 134, and that's 200,000 shares traded. I don't know how many shares traded right at the very top, but unflippin' believable. I mean, it's still up 177%, so I don't really understand what went on here. I mean, the news yesterday was that they did a financing at about, I think it was 485 or something, 465. And anyway, that is TNON. TNON. Now the other one, now it's finally starting to fall. TIL, but another astonishing move for TIL. Pre-market, it got up to $63, and Baird. Now I read this wrong. They raised their target by 148. Raised it. This is misleading because it's actually their target is 180. So whatever target they had before, they've raised it by 148 because I do see that they have a target of 180. So that 145 was raised from 35, I guess. So there are those two. And this was an AI alert 3 days ago, guys. 3 days ago, this was an AI. Well, I guess 4 days ago. No, 3 days ago, an AI alert. Because you guys want me to have a giant pointer, I can't quite see because it's covering up the box. But looks like the alert was at 21. Anyway, that is TIL. Now, there are a lot of shorts available for me at some point. You would think, and I know that Captain, you've already maybe mapped out a few areas, but it's already dropped now from 63 to 54. So there are other things happening. This is a cheap one, still under $1. Double X, double I, XXII, under $1. And the news is that the Form 4 filing shows that the CEO, big deal. I'm sorry. I mean, 39,000 shares at 27 cents a share. I mean, if it were 2 million shares, fine. I mean, it's, $10,000. I'm not saying it's nothing, but meanwhile, guys, ATPC is popping here. ATPC is popping. ATPC is popping. Yeah, that's what William said yesterday about TIL, that the drug is being tested in China. So ATPC, guys, I didn't have this on the list because it was not moving, but look at this thing go now. ATPC, another low float. Well, I don't think we ever really got out of low float mania in a big way, but we're definitely in low float mania again. How about low float super mania? I have to give it another name. I don't know if Shady's in the room. I know he said he was going to maybe swing this EGIO. I hope he didn't hold it. I was thinking of doing the same thing. And I would have probably had it maybe close near the high of the day. Take a flyer on one of these. ATC. Okay, is there news on this one? ATPC. Is there news on this one? Okay, so ATPC partners with Photon Solar to advance solar PV mounting systems in ASE. So that's an area. Okay. And now, for some reason, I had ATPC as a price alert. I didn't do that today. I'm not sure when I did that. Well, based on everything you just said there, Captain, that sounds like a winner to me. You guys give me one moment. All right, guys, let's see what else is happening. So, okay, VMAR, see if there's any news on this one. E-Propulsion, this was yesterday, though. So this is not, in fact, this was not even yesterday, it was on the 10th. And some news, I don't see any news on it today. I don't know if it's, but, that news it had didn't really do anything for some reason, other than the fact that it's a low float. I just think it's, we're just looking for low float situations, and this is another crazy low float. We've got 606,000 in the float. What our provider has, I haven't checked the other site, but that's what it's all about. There's no news on this one at all that I can find. The last news was on the 10th. It shouldn't do a stock. We shouldn't help the stock. Well, it didn't hurt. No, I'm not saying it hurt it, but it didn't do anything to it. So 1.14 million. Okay, so it's still super low. I remember you talking about that one. Was it yesterday, or the day before, PJ on JNUG? Yeah, there was nothing. There was some consumer. Oh, actually, there is something today. Okay, there is something today. I don't know what the effect on the market's going to be. In a moment, I think it's some kind of consumer confidence, or let me just see what it is. Consumer sentiment. Sentiment. Okay, so at 10 o'clock, there is a consumer sentiment number will come out at 10 o'clock. So that could have an effect on the market. Again, I have no idea what sort of effect that's going to have, but there is that. It seems that it doesn't take much now, to have an effect on the market. Speaking of the market, we are in for a modest top here with a little over $1 on the SPY. OMIC, OMIC. This is also up 58%. Another low float, 1.97, and they are up because the company announcer received a non-binding. Oh, okay, so this is more of a potential acquisition. So forget about that one. OMIC, Bernie Nestor in our YouTube room. You said you were in Uber, I think, William. So Lyft had a lift. Waymo to offer self-driving cars on Uber in Austin and Atlanta. So I guess that popped Lyft a bit. Also, nothing to do with Lyft. Well, okay. Moffett and Nathanson maintain Lyft coverage with a neutral and a target of 11. Wow, already there. ATPC a little bit more now. ATPC. So what sort of room does ATPC have? Well, if you look left on the weekly chart, the next line looking left is 349. So if somehow it can take that out, maybe today, your next high is around 6. So I have an alert set. Must have done that earlier. I didn't do that today, so I must have put an alert up here. I don't know when I did that. Well, after yesterday's pretty big move now, the Nas was up, Dow was up. So let's see where XLE is with respect to the 200-day moving average. Look at the major sectors. All right, guys. So these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And is there any weak sector? Any weak sector right now? Oops. No, grab the right one. All right, let's take a look at XLE and where is it now with respect to the 200-day moving average? I'm anticipating that yeah, so the market had a little pop yesterday. So there's XLE, quite a bit below that 200-day moving average. So energy has been, the weakest sector for a long time now. Even when it wasn't below the 200-day, it was just just a little bit above it. And then let's take a look at retail. XRT is the other one that was. So you can see what happened yesterday. It got into the 200-day moving average, and as we speak, it's a little bit above it. My guess is that XLE is the only one now that's below, because we saw technology, of course, with the little rip it had yesterday, a little bit of a rip yesterday, starting to move away again from the 200-day. So right now, as we speak, XLE is the only major sector below the 200-day moving average as we speak. Yeah, there's XLY, the other one that was it reached it a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I guess, but now it is moving away. So yeah, so it's only energy. Now that's a good question, Matt. Um, I don't. I know they did a reverse split, but it wasn't today. I think somebody said it was on the 6th, September 6th, last week. So it wasn't today. I know what you mean. No, it actually. Well, I mean, according to our charts, it did. Maybe somebody else with another charting program, and it was on volume. That was on volume. When I looked at this, I thought, oh yeah, right. Was it one share? Some poor guy got stuck in at one share, but no. I mean, look at the volume. 200,000 shares on that 15-minute candle and 419,000 on that. So there was volume on that. Deborah, good morning. Well, I mentioned this one, the IMRX. What IMRX is doing. Um, no, I did not. I mean, it's on my list. I haven't gone over those. So Needham's got a $15 price target. Why not? $2 stock, $15 price target. This is Needham reiterating a buy on this one and maintaining. This is going to go to 15. Okay. Now, again, I'm sorry if you anybody new in the room. I'm sort of tongue in cheeking this. Okay. Now, after the market closed, they did release some data. Rocket's 45% on pancreatic therapy data. This is phase 2A. Okay. So that's after the market closed. You can see the reaction right there. If you can see my 15-minute candle or about 15-minute chart, you can see right there the mauve area. That is the after hours action for IMRX, and it's maintained the gap. When he has it in our YouTube room, and of course, pretty low float, not crazy low, but it is low, 22 million. Well, I think it was pre-market, Alex. It was pre-market. Okay, that's the 4 o'clock candle, and there's the 4:15 candle. That's this morning. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 9:17. The Humble Gardener. Good morning in our YouTube room. The Humble Gardener. I love the names. Veronica, where are you? In our YouTube room. But VSAT, guys, VSAT is falling somewhat. I don't know why. Looking at VSAT. Yeah, VSAT now. Wow, this is man. I mean, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is around $12. The Great Lily is 0930. So I guess you're going to start trading at 9:30. Well, you're in our trade ideas trading room, of course. The Great Lily. So we use trade ideas to find stocks to take a look at to trade during the day. We're always looking for abnormal action. So if it's your first time in your room, no, I don't make recommendations. So I'm not going to say something like, okay, buy this stock here and sell it here. You're going to see that there are a lot of, what I'm going to get, when I get my layout that I use once this market opens, you're going to see lots of action, the stocks that are moving. We'll talk about them. If it meets your trading style or plan, you can take a look at them. If you're in a trade, I'm using trade ideas. I don't know if you're a trade idea subscriber or not, but if you are, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. And if you're not, then you can just kind of sit back and you'll see what we do. Okay. Well, this one has been on a bit of a roll also. This CNTA, and it's another. It's not a low float. 72 million in the float. And it's mainly an active day trading room. Okay. I mean, there are swing traders, but it's what we're looking at all day long are stocks that are trading abnormally. Abnormally meaning abnormal volume, which does not mean absolute volume. It means, let's say, a stock normally is traded a million shares over the last 30 days on average, Now today it's trading 30 million. Well, obviously that is abnormal, and the program, the Great Ideas is really excellent at being excuse me, at being able to identify stocks like that. So, guys, if you hear me stumbling around a little bit more than normal, I've been a little bit under the weather this week, so that's the reason why sometimes you might hear me stumble around a little bit more than normal. Yeah, Edward. It was staring at us for all these years, wasn't it? Somebody asked, why you call Draw D? Well, you said you guys know why. It was staring at us all those years. No, 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 no. I don't. I'm not sick like that. Not at all. I don't even have a cold. I have a just sort of one down. I saw this one earlier, guys. ENVX. ENVX is also on the move here. ENVX didn't put it on my list because it hadn't moved that much, but it's now 11%. ENVX is moving. Now, the important thing is, what if it took out 1087 or so? If you look left on the weekly chart, you can see we've got some action right there. So if it could take out 1087, the next high on the weekly chart is around 1225. So what I'm going to do is do the same thing. Is just put a price alert around that area, 1087, and see if at some point, it may not happen today, may not happen ever. But if it does, all right, guys, I'm going to get set for this market to open. I'm going to get my layout that I'm going to use. Once the market opens, so look at some of the high flyers from yesterday. This is typical, but here's the EGIO with the GV, UPC, Ride. Oh my gosh. Actually, Ride had a heck of a bounce if you had whatever's to try it. After being slammed down to 151, it did get up to what's the price up here, 220, 224. Our market open right now, we're still in for a mildly positive open on the SPY. It's just a little bit above the close of yesterday. A couple I didn't mention. I should have mentioned them just before. RH is an earnings play. RH. I don't typically trade these more expensive ones, but RH is an earnings play. Pretty impressive actually because it's through the 200-day moving average. Okay, RH is through the 200-day moving average, and wow. I mean, if I were looking at this one, I mean, look at the room it's got. $350 is the next high looking up on the weekly. So RH is an earnings play because I'm not saying it's going to get the 350, but it's broken way above all those weekly candles now. But on the flip side is Adobe, ADBO, sorry, ADBE, Adobe. Just click on it. I know it's here somewhere. There it is. So Adobe is also an earnings play, and it got way down $44, 7%, 7.5% on earnings. So yeah, I mean, you can really scratch your head about this, because of course had a very good quarter, but the analysts, I guess, were expecting better guidance. Anyway, there's Adobe ADB, ADBE. So if you're, and I guess those of you who trade options, I guess you can take a look at option playing or option trades, I guess, in these ones if you don't want to play the stock. Roman, okay, so, well, yeah, actually, I had no idea how many shares actually traded that high for TNON. TNON, I had no idea, but it had to be enough because on the second 15-minute candle, it actually got higher. So, but anyway, hopefully nobody got nailed on that one. Okay, guys, what I want to do now is get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. All right, give me a moment. It's going to load one old scan I had. Okay, guys. So how is that till doing? And till also, now and finally, wow, it is really giving it up. There are a lot of shares available. Wow, that's a massive move now. 63 down to 50, still up 9%. Okay. And this was actually from our high, because I've got my big, you guys want that big pointer. I can't quite see but 3 days ago, this was an AI alert from our AI, and man, I wish they would all work like that. And a hold. Well, as I said yesterday, at some point this will be a beautiful, massive short, but it was a matter of like when. Like when are you going to jump in? I'm sure a lot of people might have thought here, 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 and even at the top yesterday, you would have got killed. So there is some massive profit taking right now taking place for the TIL. There this morning, price target of 180 on it. Oh, 1 minute to the open. Okay, guys, yeah, less than a minute to this open. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, guys, had a little adjustment to do. Okay, we are now open. So there's the first race starting. Okay, guys, OMIC, OMIC, it making a market high Pre-market or post-market yesterday, yeah, after hours yesterday, it did get up to 953, and that is the OMIC. I think I read some news about it this morning for you guys. There's the VMAR guys, the VMAR, the low float, crazy low. First halt, okay, TNON on the way up or the way down? Actually, on the way up, okay. Well, we'll have some excitement on this one, I'm sure. Here is the now again, everybody, blue screen. You know what I'm going to say. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your symbol, halted, TNON, halt price 1364. This column is giving a glimpse as to where it could open once it does open again. Usually the halts are 5 minutes long, but it's a volatility halt. Okay, usually they're 5 minutes long. So you can see this number, this column, and the prices will change. Not set in stone, but as we speak, it looks like it's going to open above the current halt price. Now, because traders around the world, if they have if they have the pre-market on their charts, if they're using like Steve Gomez, that's an example. He doesn't like to see the pre-market on his charts, but I always do. Anyway, up to 138 in the pre-market. I'm sure some traders are going to be looking at that. Hims is having another decent day, guys. HIMS, it's just sort of continuation. 2 days ago, this was at 1378, 1644 now. Now, the next high looking left on the daily chart, getting close, okay? 1675, so not that much more room until that next high on the daily chart. So that could stall it. Meanwhile, PCT is continuing. What a week it's had. I mean, the low of the week was around 446, so it's almost a double from there. It's not a low float either. 125 million in a float. You guys, you. Wow, look at this. Over 20 now. Had a great day yesterday. Unity Software, you. Now on the weekly chart, the next high looking left is 22. So there is a little bit of room still for you to run if it wants to until it hits that next high. Let's keep an eye on TNON and see where it could open. Still, yeah. So see, last time we looked, it said 1380. So I anticipate this is well. It doesn't take a genius to realize this is going to have a crazy, crazy day. It's already had a crazy day, but traders who are just sort of getting the sleep out of their eyes are probably looking at this pre-market high and going, "What?" So there's Redfin, guys, RDFN. So this is a large cap gainers from the open. Let's see if this has. I mean, it's above those weekly highs now. RDFN. All right, guys, there's the TNON moving. Oh, guys, you're on your own, okay, on this one. You're completely you gotta be on your own on this one on the TNON. I think I got insanely lucky on it. But this is still, I mean, this is gonna be super active all day. Oof. Now it's halted on the way down, so, yeah, I mean, there's no, I don't know, of course, I have no idea. There's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so really? So in other words, you could not at trade 0? Really? You could not buy it? Interesting. Well, I can tell you right off the bat, Interactive Brokers let me buy it. But that was for me, that was about a 5-second trade. It was just a complete hunch. Yeah, for about, for 5 seconds, 4 seconds. I don't even know, 'cause I don't see the time. I can't see exactly in seconds, I can't see the time. Yeah, IB was fine. Okay, um, shoot, Redfin. Summit, yes, Summit. SMMT is still now here's this was an AI alert from us yesterday, okay? Summit is still, I mean, at least it seems to have a little more, well, it's got a lot more going for it in terms of a press release anyway than TIL does, TIL. But it's a bigger, way bigger float, of course, 135 million in the float for Summit, which is really astonishing based on the move, okay? I mean, it's almost not quite a double. Well, actually, it is. It's way more than a double. Remember, this was 4 days ago. This was a $12 stock. So approximately two and a half times. And on that float, 135 million. Meanwhile, TIL is rebounding off the lows. TIL is rebounding off the lows. TIL. OBLG, this was a big one from yesterday. And okay, this is now moving down. Okay, that's halted on the way down. GSIW, another big one from yesterday, moving down. These are all halts now. SPY is still positive for the day, over a dollar. Not a big move, but it's still above yesterday's high. Now, this is not a ton of room, okay? IMRX. Well, okay, before I say that, There's a high right there of 231. If it can clear 231, the next high is 315, and it's on the weekly chart, okay? So I know it's an AI alert, but I am going to put an alert at around 225-ish to see if it's getting close to that weekly high, okay? And if it does, then I'm going to be interested because then after that, the next high in the weekly chart is, as I said, 315. So that would be a big move. And this is the one that has a $15 price target put on it by Needham. JD, tell me that you didn't hold EGIO, or if you did, I know you probably didn't hold much. I was thinking about you when I saw it this morning. But I know you said you were going to swing it. Meanwhile, look at Till, guys. Look at Till just popping again. I mean, would it surprise anybody? It gets back up to the high. Okay, now, guys, here's the next high. Well, that's far enough away, I guess. 349 is the next high in the weekly chart for ATPC. The high in the pre-market was 337 or so, so got right into that high. MPW from yesterday. So this one did not drop. This is above yesterday's high. MPW, one of the flyers from yesterday, crazy low floaters. This did not drop like a lot of them did. And we have got Colliers has upgraded it to a 650 price target. Okay. Okay. Definitely getting more interested in the large cap movers, the large cap gainers from the open again. I saw the Redfin, which I almost took, but I got distracted with the TNON, which I got again, guys. All I can say, insanely lucky on it. Boy, look at Summit now, guys. Over 30 again. Yesterday, it got up to, well, I shouldn't say again for the first time, 28.74. That was the high of yesterday. And it's just continuing to run here. All right, IMRX is still hanging tough here. Okay, guys, it's almost at that weekly high now. Almost at that weekly high. That's that weekly high, 231. Okay, breaks that, and then it's got a lot of room on the weekly chart. Okay, that's 231 for IMRX. That could be your important area to try to clear. Okay, 231. Okay, guys, there it goes. I'm just a little less conservative or more conservative than Shady. Okay, I want to see a break of that high. Also, I don't like to trade in the first 15, and it just sort of hit my threshold of the 15-minute wait. All right, now this one, NNE, excuse me, NNEE has just been on a roll. We'd have some news, more news today. Oh, of course, class action. These guys. Sorry. Now we got a bunch of these lawyers. So I don't want to butcher this for any German-speaking people in the room, so I'm not even going to. GNS entered into an agreement with GNS. That was the news yesterday for NNE. Okay, come on, IMRX. Again, the next high on the weekly chart is right there. Now, it's an AI alert from RAI. Okay, but again, I did not take it there. I'm just a little more conservative. Wow, look at the market now, guys. What did I say was the all-time high? Was it 565 or so? Yeah, 565 is the all-time high. So we're at 561 right now. Wow, so much action, guys. Here's Bion now. Bion, this is another probably low floater. More room. Look at the room on the weekly chart for BYON, 1555, massive amount of room. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but all I'm trying to do is take the chart resistance out of the equation of why a stock won't keep moving higher. That's all I'm trying to do. Boy, Redfin was a beauty. Another, I mean, so we're starting to get this is from the large cap gainers from the open guys. Okay, this is this race here. Okay, you're starting to see now. We're starting to get what I was hoping for, are more trend type plays. Now this is more parabolic, but more trend type plays early. Silver, PWTAAS, silver plays probably still strong. Next high looking left for this one, 21.92. Take a look at SLV. I'm sure the precious metals are probably doing well. Yeah, look at SLV, and gold, GLD. Gold, not as much as silver right now. Silver is definitely, well, yeah, the gold up 0.91, well, GLD is up 0.91%. Silver was up about 2%. SLV. Gazelle shaft. Okay, thank you, Pepe. That helps. I tried yesterday. I didn't go gazelle. I went gazelle shaft. So I had it almost yesterday when I butchered it. Okay, guys, IMRX still moving. So Shady, did you get out of it, or did you actually hold it overnight? I know you said you were thinking of swinging this one. Oh, it is. Oh, I am correct. So it is gazelle shaft. Okay. Okay, guys, I've taken some off for the IMRX. I'm always wary of that the 50 cent level. Okay, for stocks under $5. So I have taken some off. Even Macy's is getting to the action here, guys. Macy's on the run here. So and Macy's. Now the next high looking left for Macy's, it's got room. I mean, 1589 is the next high looking left for Macy's. 2,000 right now, Oliver. Yeah, maybe some just showed up. 2,000 shares. Now 1,500. They're being snapped up. Now 1,300. Let's see if it goes to zero. There you go. Did you just take them all, Oliver? Again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Now, this is telling me how many shares are available. Okay, for IMRX at Interactive Brokers. Which your broker could have could be completely different for your broker. Fast morning, fast morning. What time is it now? 9:53. Ditch Fix, SFIX, guys. This is on the run here. I don't know why. Another one. Look left on the weekly chart. I mean, ton of room. $5 next high. SFIX. It's not a low float. 89 million. Not crazy high, but certainly not low. 89 million in the float. See if there's any specific news for it. On an earnings play. His earnings a couple of weeks from now. So it's not an earnings play now. So I don't know what's going on with SFIX. Ah, right. You said the stop was 214. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad because I saw it this morning. I said, "Ooh, man." I was actually thinking of doing the same thing, but it didn't close well enough for me. And just to take a flyer and see if you get one of these crazy next day moves on it. Oh, look at Redfin. If I hadn't got I mean, again, I got very, very, very lucky on the TNON. But had that not been happening, I was really planning to take this Redfin. This is one of the large cap gainers from the Open. Okay, and it won the first race of the day. Now, keeping an eye on the PCT guys, the PCT. Cool. Keeping an eye on PCT right now, guys. A break of 9 could get this really running again. We've had a great week. Now it's a double, almost a double from here. Basically a double now this week from the low. But let's take a look left and where could it go? Now I can't see anything on the weekly chart. So now I'm going to take a look at the monthly chart. Where could it go? So the next high looking left, I'm not saying it's getting here, of course, but there it is, 1182 or so on the monthly chart. Nope, I'm wrong. 917, guys. That's a key level. Sorry. That's the next high. So what I'm going to do is put a price alert around 919. See if we can clear that. Okay. Now it's just over 9 now, but that is the next high in the monthly chart. Okay, guys. Well, that's it for me in the IMRX. That 250 just was too tough for it to get through so far, anyway. Man, there's a lot happening. Again, another low float, 1.97 million in the float for OMIC, leading a race right now. Almost feel like doing going over my homepage right now and explaining what people are seeing and what trade ideas is all about. So I may do it at 10 o'clock. Usually I do it around 10:15. There's GEVO, guys. GEVO is over $1 now. Look at Redfin. What a great move from the open here. Now, this may not be over completely. Okay. I may get back in if it can take out the 250 mark later on, but right now I'm out of it completely. The IMRX. Excuse me. Meanwhile, an awesome short and now an awesome long. Till TIL. Look at TIL now, guys. Right back up. In the high in the pre-market was looks like around 63.55 or so. And now it just got halted on the way up. Just got halted on the way up. This was an AI alert 4 days ago at around the 21 level. From our AI around 21. And just got halted now. And $65 could be the potential open area. Again, we don't often see stocks this expensive getting halted, okay? Because it requires a big percentage move in a certain period of time. Typically, a high price stock just doesn't move that fast. But look at that. In fact, that could be one of the highest price stocks we've had on a volatility halt since we've had this scanner going. Could be. We've had some halts on news on high price stocks, but not volatility usually. Now look how this changes though. 63.88, 64.34. And the reason why is moment. So it's all about the float. 3 million in the float, okay? 3 million in the float, which is really, really low for a stock at $63 now. If SMMT had a float like that, it could probably be $200 based on its news. 10 o'clock. You're right. Okay, so the consumer sentiment number came in 68.3, 69 actual. So I still unclear now. Is more better than less? Never know anymore. But that was the reaction. You can see the reaction. Forgot all about that number coming out at 10 o'clock. Okay. Okay, guys, this one is not necessarily dead. This was the one huge one. Well, 2 and 3 days ago. Okay, the QH got up to 230. Yesterday's high had the big pullback yesterday. Yesterday's high 146. Let's see if it takes it out. And another low float. This was one of those low float China stocks. All right, guys, IMRX is back up, getting close to 250 again. In fact, close and just right at it. PCT now, guys. PCT. I have that price alert set right about here. Can't quite see it because I had to go to a monthly chart to see the high. The price alert is right around 918. Moment, guys. All right, PCT guys, took that high out. Until just resumed? Oh, wow, resumed on the way down. Waiting to see. I'm gonna have to, maybe even mute myself. Time is it now? 10:06? Alright, guys, NOVV, I don't is this an IPO or something? No. NOVV got halted and now just resumed. I didn't see the halt. The reason I didn't see the halt, oh, this is one of those acquisitions, this SPAC, okay. I didn't see the halt because it did because my minimum volume is 20,000 shares, so it says 20,000 now. All right, ECT, that's what I was holding my breath on, guys. Okay, guys, there's PCT. Remember, I just all I wanted was that break. So that was an AI alert at 882. I did not take it there. I wanted to wait for that break right here. And that was the weekly high, and it broke above. Well, here it is. But again, my style is always looking left to see where if it can break above a high. And understand, guys. I mean, listen, this is my style, okay? And ooh, Lay's now. Lay's. I had a price alert for Lay's for some reason. Yes, that's yesterday's high now. And look at the room it's got. 878. Okay, let's see if this has what sort of volume is it? 2.4 times normal. I already took some off, okay, of the PCT just underneath 1050. 1050 I wish 950. But you gotta have your own trading style, okay? I mean, I do things that are not necessarily, it's not, I won't even call it teachable. It's just, I have a feeling for things, and sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. But PCT has, what did I say? I think it had room on the monthly chart till 11 something. Not, I mean, again, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. Yeah, I mean, the next high is 1175. I'm not, certainly not saying it's getting there, but that was my level I wanted to break, that monthly right there, that monthly high right there, which was 915, 919, I guess. Well, guys, I mean, your clue is always this. If I put a price alert, if I say, boy, I'm really waiting for a break of a certain level, either, well, in this case, it was a monthly high, which is probably like a weekly high or a daily high, then I mean, it's up to you. I'm not talking you specifically, Z or SK or anybody else. It's up to you. Does it meet your trading style to do something like that? But a lot of these are going to be, a lot of these can be very quick. Especially if I get a pop, a pretty decent percentage pop in like a minute. What was a level? Oh, how come I don't see the time in YouTube? Just give me a moment. There you are, timestamps. Are you asking when I got in and out of TNON, Lily, the Great Lily? Um, what was it? Looks like 1469 and then 1540. So there's the PC. Again, I'm rather conservative in my trading style. I mean, it might sound crazy. I mean, I know I took the TNON, but I'm always, even though I love go no go and I love the ability because it's giving you the ability to maybe stay in a trade a lot longer. Probably I'd be out of the trade entirely before, but I will stick around because it's still blue. Okay, it's still blue on the go no go chart. It's still blue, so I will try to keep. I'll try to keep the portion I'm in. All right, guys, catch my breath now. 10:12. So I think now I will go over my homepage and the information you can find on it. Okay, and then including the scans that I'm currently sharing. And before I do that, AGIO pops on. Okay, well, he's got some weight. So AGO popping, as William is just. Oh, so it's not Adam Feuerstein or Stein. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Adam F. So it's not him. But at any rate, FDA grants. This was yesterday, though. Grants orphan drug tag to Agio. That was yesterday's news. And look left. So, I mean, you can see right off the bat, there are two highs on the daily chart, almost to the penny, I believe. 4681 and 4680. Right. So, you can see that if it can take that out up here, it might have some more room to run because the next high in the daily chart is way up here, almost 50, 49.40, 49.50 or so. Okay. So that's why I would not take this trade right now anyway, because looking left, it could stall right here at 46.81. So for me, it's just not enough of a move based on that price. Now, obviously, a 50-cent move if it were a $10 stock, a lot different than a 50-cent move if it's a $46 stock. That's for me anyway. Okay, guys. So that's it for me in the PCT. So I'm glad I took some off just at the 950 level. Now I could get back in it. So get the price alert up again. I could get back in it if it gets up into this area again. Okay, all right, guys. So my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only. Guys, if you're wondering why I always repeat the 1.5, because I'll never forget the time I got an email blasting the company because they heard me say they thought I was saying 50%, and they were complaining that it was not truth in advertising. So that is why I always want to reiterate that is 1.5, Barry 15% off, 1.5, not 50% off. So off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. So if you do take out a subscription, I'd be much appreciated if you do use my code that you find on my homepage because that will really help to keep the room free. It's that simple, okay? The room gets credit for the subscription. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos. The first one, the download and install, first startup and login. Scroll down a little bit. Important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, the two main elements of Trade Ideas, top lists and alert windows, okay? It won't take you long to go through all 10 videos. You don't have to go through them all, especially obviously if you already downloaded and you've already logged in. But if all you do is the introduction to scans, you have to do that. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is a series of videos, all free. Okay, if you're new to trading, I do a stock of the day video, free, of course. You can take a look at that. Trade of the week is also free. You will get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and I think this was a pretty good one. Well, I know it was based on yesterday's action. Yeah, so eBay was the trade of the week. The trigger was 59.60. Okay, I was suggesting to wait until it broke 60. So even if you'd done that, the stock got up to what 63, almost 64 this morning. So a heck of a trade of the week. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your product or your promotions folder. Okay. This is our education section or an education section. This is a user guide. So if you click on the user guide, you're going to see a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. There's that getting started again. Now, I love, I'm going to go over these stock races, but here's how you create your own stock race based on your own parameters. You notice I love to use price alerts on charts. This is how you do it. And also, if you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Much more in the user guide, of course, like any other user guide. There's a lot in it. Yeah, I don't have to learn everything. Okay. And last, daily support section. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And I think it's always a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do take my break because it works out perfectly. We have 5 days of the trading week, and we have 5 different traders and trade ideas who take over for me. We all have different trading styles. Last, but I don't think least, if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a bit, here are the scans that I am currently sharing with everybody. So these are the ones that you can actually see, the ones that I'm displaying. So there's the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. You'll notice I am sharing 2 other races. You just can't see them. But I am sharing 2 other races. This other race I actually have on my other monitor, the large cap gainers from the open. The momentum scan I also have on my other monitor. It's not I'm not trying to hide them from you. It's just that I don't want to overwhelm and have like all sorts of different scans on the monitor that I'm sharing. That's all. I'm not trying to hide them from you, but here they are. You can always have them. This is the relative strength leaders is right here. This one, the upside movers versus downside movers, is right here, and then the halts resumes is right here. So people ask, do I have a link for my layout? No, I don't. The reason I don't is that not everybody wants everything that's in my layout. So you can kind of do it a la carte. You can pick and choose what you might want. But certainly the scans and information that you see on the screen, they're here. You can load them if you want. Okay. Now, the other thing is, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday. I get live on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time, and I usually go to between 2:30 and quarter to three. But William in the main room, sometimes, most of the times, he'll keep the room open after I leave. Today's Friday, so sometimes he'll keep the room open till about 3:30. Other days he may keep it open till about 4. Okay, so wow, look at the spy. So shook off whatever the consumer confidence number that came out at 10. It sort of caused a little froth. Okay, so William says he'll keep it open till 3:30 today. Okay, so that is mainly for the YouTubers because I do have to shut down YouTube when I leave because there's not nobody left to moderate. So, but I will put the main trading room link. And in fact, for YouTubers who don't know this, there is a what we call a main trading room. A lot more action, more traders in there. So if you're looking for a little more action in terms of interaction among traders, there's the link. So if you do click on my homepage link, for those of you on YouTube, again, wanting a little more action. So you see where it says trading room? If you click on that, that'll get you into the main, what I call the main room, okay? Nothing wrong with staying in YouTube, but again, there's just not as much interaction. So what is Trade Ideas? Now let me demonstrate one of the best attributes of Trade Ideas which is real-time scanning, real-time alerting, okay? So this is an example. This is the momentum scan that I'm sharing. So if I right-click on it and click on Configure and click on Summary. So there are many programs out there that claim to be scanners, okay? Now, there's nothing wrong. They're, in my opinion, what they are. They're a lot of great screening programs out there. We also screen, but what we're excellent at is real-time alerting. So this is an example of a real-time alert scan that I created called Momentum. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, what that means is it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, so right now it's 10:23 Eastern time. So this is a time of day volume. Okay, so that is why, I'm an intraday trader. My goal every single day, and it should be yours too if you're an intraday trader, to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. There's no point in finding a stock just because it's trading a lot of volume, but what if that's just normal? Okay, what if trading 2 million a share, 2 million shares a day is normal? But what if that stock that trades normally 2 million shares a day is now trading 6 million shares or 10 million shares? Well, then it's abnormal. So that's what we're really good at finding, stocks that are trading abnormally. And then one of the great filters is that current volume filter. So moving on, the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're saying Big C at 10:24 or 40 seconds ago, made a new high at 583 and met all these filter values. That is the power of Trade Ideas. Okay, they're all real-time alerts. So if you like this scan the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage. But if you want to make changes, maybe you don't like the price range, maybe you want to add a filter in that you like, if you want to take one out you don't like, it's up to you. This is just happens to be what I like. So the next step now, if you want to create your own scans from scratch, of course you can. You click on search, and you can see right at the very top, these are all the real-time alerts that we do have. So at the very top, the two most popular ones by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But you can see as I scroll down, There are a lot of other real-time alerts, okay? When we get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So if you're looking at this for the first time, and I say this every day, but we always have new people, don't get hung up or think, oh my gosh, this is way too difficult for me. How am I possibly going to learn what all these mean? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason we have so many different real-time alerts and all those filters is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. Okay. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters, just because there's all sorts of different trading styles out there. So to try to satisfy the majority of those trading styles, so people could combine the real-time alerts with the scans with the filters, they could create the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on all of them. Personally, the only one I only use the new high and the new low of the day, and just a handful of the filters. Why? Because for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. Yeah, OMIC guys. So that did take that big pop. I just couldn't pay attention to it. But you know what really, 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 and I'm encouraged again, so is on the Redfin, RDFN. If you're in the room for a while, this is exactly what I was seeing in the large cap gainers from the open for several weeks. And so I was that's why I was wanting to concentrate just on the large cap gainers from the open for a while instead of the low floaters, because I was seeing a lot of this. And of course, unfortunately, what happened this week is that the market was just so choppy that we weren't getting that nice trend. And so, but look what happened with the Redfin. And I'm not saying they're all like that, but that is more what I was seeing. Here, not quite the same, but not bad. You see NTA, not quite the same because they did have the pullback. So you had the nice, and I was really looking at those for early morning trades. I was kind of prepared to break my rule of not trading in the first 15 minutes and maybe taking some of those large cap gainers right off the bat, or give it 3 minutes anyway on a 3 minute candle. So now let's talk about the races, okay? So this is an example of a race. I call it the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So again, if you click on my homepage link and then go scan it and then scan to the education section and then click on the user guide, and then you'll see there's a section on stock racing. And that's how you can create your own race. So this is what I like to see in the race. I'm running 4 minute races. So what does this mean? So we're 3 minutes in, a little over 3 minutes in. Since the race started, WLGS has moved 7%. It's only 8 cents, but that's what it's moved. It's moved 7% since the start of the race. Now you will notice that there is a top 10 list that will be automatically built for you, and this is made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see right now, ATPC won 3 races, IMRX won 2 races, etc. This is automatically created for you. Why is that? If you're new to trading, this gives you a decent watch list then for the day. You can just sort of concentrate on these stocks if you wanted to. Now, I will give you this. This is what I call a volatile race. You can get some big, big movers, percentage movers in this race, as opposed to the other race. Now, that's a big move, 3% for the SMMT, because of the float. The big float, and that is a big move. Look, it's moved 82 cents. This is the large cap gainers from the open. But let me again keep talking about this. So Why are these stocks showing up? That should be your question. Why are these stocks showing up? All races start off from a top list window. If I right click on it, you notice there's an option that open the top list. Popped on my other monitor. So you'll notice I have a gigantic list of stocks here. Okay. So why are these stocks in here? Now notice if I right click on the top list window, launch the real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window with your own parameters, and then you can launch a real-time stock race from it. Okay. This is what I like to see. I right click on the top list window and I click on configure. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be a stock. It'll make it onto this great big list of stocks. So before we had the concept of racing, the way a person would use a top list window is, let's say you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day. Well, if you had a column header that was, the change from the close percent, which I do, well, then I could just double left click on it, and it's going to tell me that ATPC is up the most from yesterday's close, 82%. OMIC is up 66%, etc. If I want to see the stock that's up the most from its opening trade of the day, as long as I have a column header that says that, which I do, the change from the open, and I double left click on it, WLGS is up 27%, etc. I mean, so that's, it's good information, I suppose, to have. And there's nothing wrong. You'll notice that a lot of these stocks are, I don't know why TNON is not here, but figure that out. It might be because it's an earnings thing. But anyway, I digress. The issue though is, what if down here, one of these stocks was real like Lay's, I had a price alert at Lay's earlier. What if Lay's all of a sudden, for some reason, really started to move? Now, right now, Lay's is up 7.7% from this opening trade of the day. But what if all of a sudden it really started to move? It's up 8%, 10%, 15%, 20%. How would you know that? You couldn't. You could not possibly know by trying to stare at a huge list of stocks. And because look at this list of stocks. I don't even know if it'll fit on my screen. Couldn't possibly know what stock is moving. Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from yesterday's or from its opening trade. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. That's all it cares about. So some stock that could be way down on the bottom is now starting to move for some reason. And that's how you can catch them. Okay. Now you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on an alert. Just, if you see, in fact, if you see any stock in this list, I would probably click on it just to see what's happening. The IMRX has it pulled back to an interesting level. There are a lot of you out there, if you know what the VWAP is, there's a lot of you out there that would say, well, I don't want to see stocks near the high of the day, but what if I like to see stocks that maybe pull back to the VWAP? Maybe that'll act as support. So you can see the VWAP is at 229. Well, it's a little bit under. Maybe if it gets back over it and runs from it, maybe that's when you take a trade. Maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like. Okay, does it pull back into that moving average? There's obviously all sorts of different trading styles. That's why you can also click on anything that won a race before, check to see what's happening with it. Is it setting up again? There's place. A moment. There's place. 1263 is the VWAP. Well, if you're a VWAP type player, look where it's at, 1261. Will that area hold? Will it hold? And maybe bounce? Okay. So again, I would click on any alert you see in this list at any time just to see what's happening. I noticed Rail this morning, we had 3 buys on this one. 1, 2, 3 from our AI. The original one was around $6, so that's been a nice move. Okay, now let's look. Now let's take a look at this race right here. Okay, this is another race. Now this is called the large cap gainers from the open. Large cap. Okay, the difference between this one and this one is I put two fill. Let's open the top list, and you're probably not. You're not going to see nearly the same number of stocks. Well, on a day like today, you're going to see a few. You're going to see some stocks because I guess the market is a little bit up today. But if I looked at this 3 or 4 days ago, you might have only seen about 15 or 20 stocks. Okay, so this is a good list of stocks. So it's the same principle. You can double left click to see the stocks that are up the most. There's the Redfin that I've been talking about. There's the CNTA, the STS. There's the Summit. Okay, so the difference between this race and that race is this. I added two filters. So the market cap has to be at least 500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Consequently, you're just not going to see typically 9% moves, okay, in this one. Let me get rid of this. Okay, you're just not going to see 9% moves over here. That doesn't mean this is bad. It just means it's not quite as volatile. But some of these are just awesome. Look at the Redfin. I mean, this would have been an awesome trader today. Could still be. I don't know. There's the Summit. Awesome trader today. Okay, and it's the same idea. There will be a top 10 list built. So if I were starting out, even though these are the more exciting plays, okay, because you're going to get these insane. Look at the WHLR right now. You're going to get some of the insane moves here, but these are less volatile, making it. I hate to say easier, but just because the volatility is less, it can be a little more calmer to trade. How's that? Okay, so if I were starting out, I would probably maybe concentrate on this sort of a watch list. But I know people don't want that. They want the big volatile ones, and so I mean that's why I display this one because obviously more exciting. I mean, look at this move. Of course, this is the one that went up to about $12, 12.58 or so, 12.48 or so a few days ago. Go back. Now it's having another day, and I don't know if there's any news on this one. I don't see anything. The news is this: it's a low float. Wow, this one got ugly. This is the one I did trade yesterday. This is another one of those low floats, and crazy action yesterday. Got up to 12.30, went down back to 3. Oh, you can see right now, guys. I mean, anybody who's new into this room, these are not investment stocks. Okay, these are intraday plays that can go crazy, but they can go equally or more so crazy on the way down. So these are nothing. These are not investment grade stocks. Yeah, I don't know if if I can actually see. I probably there's a way, IB to actually see I don't even see the time of my buys and sells. I'm sure there must be a tab I can add. I just never really thought about it. Let's just literally, I swear it was about a 4 or 5 second trade. I know I wasn't using hotkeys. Here's Funko, guys. FNK. I love that name. Funko. Another great continuation now. So again, this is a trading room, but it also it's a support room. Okay, so if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long, and also don't think that there are no dumb questions. Okay, we all started out trading brand new, and I'd wish I'd had a trading room. Like I don't mean just me, but I mean just the all the help everybody gives each other that I could have gone into early on. So please, you can ask questions all day long. The only question, you honestly shouldn't ask is where do I think a stock is going? What should I buy this or that? Okay. That's something that I'm not an investment advisor. And the other thing is I have to be, careful about what I say. Yeah. Like how much should I leverage my house to buy that stock? There's IBEX guys. Now IBEX has got, looks like it's got some room. IBEX. This is actually an earnings play. Didn't see this one early. Didn't really have that much pre-market action. So IBEX is an earnings play. You can see it doesn't trade very much. 240,000 shares today. That's not the issue. That's 43 times normal. This does not trade very much. Okay, Rod. So you are talking about our docking. Okay, so I will show you how you can do it, but I also want to make sure that because you could forget. Okay, docking Windows is not it's not easy. Okay, there are a few steps to go through, and it's easy enough to forget. So if you click on my homepage link, I will demonstrate it though. But if you do click on my homepage link, I always think it's a good idea to have a reference. So if you click on my homepage link and you go to the education section, and then you click on the user guide, and then where's docking. Okay. So here's your guide, your reference. Okay. This is your reference because I guarantee you're going to forget. Now, docking is something that is not mandatory, of course. It's a nice feature. I dock a couple of my windows, and this is what I mean by docking. Okay, here's how you can move like a container. You can move it around. Okay, there's another container that I made. Okay, so here's how you start. So if you click on new, and then click on docked window. Now this is going to pop up on my other monitor, and then when it did, a little box pops up that gives you the ability to name it. I'm going to name it test. Okay, and then I'm going to bring it here to see I named it test. So this is what you do. So if I wanted to take Momo, okay, this is a free floating window. I don't dock everything. So if I want to put Momo and I want to put it in this dock window, I right click. Notice there's an option down there, duplicate into test. So there it is. Okay, a little tab, and there it is. I just added this one. Oops. Why did that happen? Give me a moment. Give me a moment. There it is. See, that's how docking can kind of screw things up. Just give me a moment. When you make a okay, I'll keep it like this. It's okay. Okay, let's say I wanted to dock this is another free floating window that I had. Okay, right click again, duplicate into test. So now I've got these two windows. in tab format. Okay, I've got these two windows in tab format in this dock. And now you can see I can move this around. Now, if you want to see, now most people want to see everything. They don't want to necessarily tab. You can, but if you want to see all the action in it, then you just left click on it and hold it. Okay, you see how now you get this little icon, and when this icon pops up, you can now take, now you can tell it where you want it, right, bottom, left, or on top of the one that you didn't drag. So let me pick to the right. Now you can see that this is now to the right of the Momo. Now you can see everything. When I say everything, you can see the alerts that they happen coming in. If I want this low floaters on the move underneath Momo for some reason, I just left click, grab it, wait for that icon to pop up. Now I can put it underneath. Okay. And now you can save your work, save it. Always save everything. What I like to do with the docs is I like to give it a name that starts with doc, because then I can when I do a search, I can search on all my doc windows and I can see them all at once. That's what I like to do. But you can put charts in here. You can put anything, top list windows in here. But that's the basis behind it. Now this is what can happen, and this is what screws people up. They grab and then they release it, and then they say, "Oh, oh," they didn't click on one of the little icons, the up, left, right, left, or up, down, right, left, and they released it. No problem. Just grab it again and get the icon to show up. Okay, but that is a common. People go, "Oh, what did I do?" Okay, now it's free floating again. And don't worry, just grab it again, and when that icon shows up, just click wherever you want it. Okay, well there you go. That's how you dock, but it's certainly not mandatory. Well, there's a video in there, Hot Rod. Okay, that's why I'm saying if you go to the guide is usually I'm sure there's going to be a video in the guide. Okay, so if you go to the my homepage or the education section, click on the user guide and find that section on docking. I'm 100% sure there's a video. Okay, now again, all docking does it's a nice way, but you don't have to dock. Okay, and this is just in general. Now, this is something else that I should explain to people with multiple monitors. Okay, no, my homepage is not in TI. No, it's my own homepage. It's right here. I just typed it in. Okay, right underneath. Link it in. Just underneath. And there it is. Okay, and that's oops. There are my scans. Sorry. So again, click here, education section. Click on the user guide, and here's docking. Where is docking? I know it's here. There it is. Now, here's something I think that is beneficial for those of you who have got trade ideas and have multiple monitors, okay? Which I do. I've got 3 monitors that I'm using. Obviously, you can see this one here. So this is what you do because a common question is, well, I've got some. How do I save trade ideas and then when I load trade ideas the next day, that all my scans, everything that I got that is trade ideas related, shows up on all my monitors in exactly the same spot. So I don't have to move them around every day. Okay, so this is how you do that. And this is for people with multiple monitors. So the first thing you do is the toolbar. Put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Whatever that monitor is going to be, I mean, that's up to you. This is my main monitor, the one that I'm sharing with you guys. So that's what I've designated as my main monitor. So on my other monitor, I have some scans from Trade Ideas. There's the race. Okay. I've got my SPY chart on another monitor, etc. So all you do is you just place anything from Trade Ideas where you want them on your other monitor, exactly where you want them on your other monitors. Next, click on File and go to go to Tools, Tools, File, Tools, and then Options. Click on Options. This box will pop up, and then go to Layouts. And notice there's one of the options is Loading Layouts. Just click Open relative to main window, and then Save. Okay. When you save, and then at the end of the day, when you get out of Trade Ideas, make sure you save your work. Any little change you make, you have to save, like most programs. You can save everything to the cloud, or you can save it to your, save the layout to your computer. I would save everything to the cloud also, though, because then when you exit, and at the very least, if you say File, Exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout again? Do you want to load this layout when you get back into Trade Ideas? So at the very least, you say yes. But when you load Trade Ideas again, all your windows, all your Trade Ideas windows will be exactly where you want them on all your monitors. Okay? So the heat map, we call it a tree map. There's a slight difference, I guess. So the tree map really is just a top list window. Okay, a top list window. So you create a top list window with your parameters in it, and then you right click and you show tree map. So you create a top list window of the parameters you want to see, your price range, your etc. Okay, and then you just there's an option that says show tree map, and that's all you do. So it's a different way of presenting this data. And that just sort of drives home the point of the ones that are really, really active, obviously. Oh man, I know I've missed this one. IBEX. Talked about this one right here, I think on a 19 break, a little over a 19 break or so. I'm gonna mess around with this. I probably no. Oh, what are you doing? Nah, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to trade ideas, but you can make it easier than it looks. Okay, I mean, I'm a very, I mean, trading is, the aspect of trading is not easy, but the aspect of using trade ideas. I mean, people think a little. I'm not talking to you specifically, Hot Rod, but I think people think it's a very difficult program because, look at all the alerts we've got, look at all the filters that we've got, look at, but once you first of all, you've got to have some kind of a trading style. Okay, I happen to be a momentum trader. I want to see stocks that are, really acting abnormally. So that's my style. And notice, I mean, I don't have that much. I really don't have that much going on. I mean, these are just charts. I mean, it all depends on your trading style and how many charts you want and the different time frames. But when you really look at it, this whole Zoom, it's not really a scan. It's just more of an information. I mean, it's information telling me when a stock is halted and then resumes. These are the and this is I don't even call this a scan. This is just directing me to the stocks that are really active. So the only scan I really have that I'm looking at is the momentum scan, the real time alerts, and then there's this the race. So and then believe me, when I started off with trade ideas way back in 2010 as a customer, uh, one of the one of the perils I guess you can get into is not wanting to miss anything. And so, you want to have every type of setup to catch you want to have every type of alert or filter or a top list in order to catch every type of setup. No. Okay. Because if you do that, you'll be driving yourself crazy all day long trying to, you'll have way too much coming at you all day long. When I started, I probably had, when I started, it's very possible that I had about 10 alert windows and maybe 10 top list windows. Okay. And yeah, I mean, I wasn't missing anything, but I was getting nothing done because, you're just fleeing from one scan to the next one. So you have to be prepared to miss things and don't get hung up about it. Okay. And again, I'm talking in general, just in general to people listening to me. Okay. You can't get here's a common question. Wow, I wanted to see this one, or how can you devise me a scan that sees this stock or some stock, and I'll look at it and I'll say, okay, there's no problem. We can create a scan to show any stock you want. The problem can be though, especially if the relative volume isn't that high and it happens to be a stock that really ripped, because I can create a scan that will show you that stock but that may introduce into that scan 20 others that did not do the same type of thing. Okay. And that's the problem. So I used to think that way too, get hung up on, man, I wish I had the scan that showed that one. I don't care anymore. There's so much that you can do within trade ideas to find a lot of, and coming into the trading room, other people are tossing around ideas. Shaw, I don't understand that question. Am I mostly using the cloud for trading? What does that mean? What does that mean? And if you ask me, did I take any trades? Well, you weren't early enough, I guess. I got extremely lucky on the TNON, was I jokingly said, we got a 4 or 5 second trade after it came out of its halt. I did take PCT. It turned out to be okay. I'm out of it, and I did take IMRX early, and I got out of it. So and but there's all sorts of ones I've sort of. I want to consider this a miss necessarily. The SMMT. SMMT has been a relatively tough intraday trader. Yeah, it's just well, it's on my homepage. Oh God. Okay. All you have to do is click on my homepage link. I'm sharing that one. So good idea just to click on my homepage, just so you get used to doing stuff like this. Okay. Click on my homepage link and scroll down here to the scan section, and it's right here, relative strength leaders. Now, when you load it, you're going to see a lot more. Okay, you'll see more symbols. So I made a change, and I don't want to make a change because I don't want to force people to do exactly what I do necessarily. But it's easy enough to make the change if you want. But if you load it, so do me a favor and load it, and then you will see more symbols. And I'll show you how, if you don't want to see as many symbols, how you can decrease that number of symbols. I still don't know what you mean. When you're saying, am I using, I'm talking to Sean in our YouTube room. Am I using the cloud for trading? And I'm talking about entry and exit. I still don't know what you mean. I mean, I'm just trading from within Interactive Brokers, the way I've been doing for 8 years. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Because then all I did was I said, okay, I don't want to see all, I only want to see the six. So you see on yours, you'll see a lot more. You'll see probably 20, but you can do that. If you want to keep that, you can do that. All I did was, well, you know what? I won't even show you. You know, because you're going to see the top ones. You're going to see these ones. You just see more. That's all. Oh, your eyes. Thank you. Oh, I see. Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't had a chance to look at it at all, Shaw. I see now what you're talking about, the buy and sell. I see what you're talking about. Um, I haven't had a chance. I'm certainly very, very interested. I haven't had a chance to even glance at these buy and sells on the chart. Thank you, Pepe. Been a super fast morning for me. Even GME is getting into the action a little bit. So I haven't even looked at the markets really. So Dow's up, Nas is up. Okay, so there's no disconnect. A little bit choppy, but the trend is certainly up in the SPY right now. Now, how is Boeing doing with the strike now? Hmm, interesting. So, am I led to believe that the Boeing union itself is going against its with the union? I'm a little confused. I thought they had agreed. I thought Boeing and the union had come to some kind of an agreement on Wednesday. But then the Boeing strike, like the Boeing employees themselves, decided to go against the union. Is that correct? Yeah, because it looked like that was a done deal. So again, are you talking? Oh, okay. Just go. Okay. So Hot Rod, click on my homepage link. Click on my homepage link and scroll down until here's the center section of my scans. Education is here. Theory of the week is here. Here are my scans. Okay. Here they are. And there it is. Relative strength leaders is right there. All the other scans that I'm sharing. Well, Pepe, if I'm going to last today, I better drink some more poison. So just give me a moment. Okay. No, it's not a beer. Okay, guys, this is my monster beverage. It's the what is it called? The peach, I think. Ultra Sunrise. It's my monster. I didn't have another Celsius. Okay, guys. Well, I'm just going to take a bit of a rest here. My rest is just kind of looking at things that I might want to take a look at or maybe trade later. But have there been any price alerts or price targets put on this summit? I can't remember. So, man, I mean, oh, they did it. They actually did it. Did you see this, William? I missed this. Maybe I didn't miss it. They raised $235 million. That was yesterday. Remember, we kept saying that they should do a financing. They raised 235 million. Yeah, I don't recall seeing that. They raised $235 million in a private placement. We kept saying, boy, they should take advantage of this price pop and raise some money. I think you were saying that they had cash. Yeah, why they didn't raise a billion. So I mean, this is no fluff news, guys. I guess. So this company is set. They've got a pile of cash now. I just don't recall any price targets put on this. I remember that, Captain. Now, yeah, I remember that now. Some investor offered to buy 200 million. I remember I wanted to maybe take a hard, close look at SMR, which is running basically like the NNE. Of course, they're linked. No, they're linked in terms of the sector. So, well, I'm glad I got out of the IMRX when I did. So now this is underneath two. So I'm still interested in the PCT. So you can see what it did. I mean, I'm out of it obviously. I took the early trade in it. But look what it's doing. It's at $9. Look at the VWAP, 893. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can maybe say to yourself, well, that VWAP could hold it, act as support. Ooh, okay. Let me take a look at that. It's my machine. Every time I load one of this Imgur, really my machine goes crazy. It's just gonna. Sorry, sorry. It was muted. Yes. Thank you, Corvette. So now what we need is for some guy to say put $100 price target on Summit. Oh, oh, this is my goodness. Yeah, this is his acquisition company. Oh boy, I sort of discounted it completely. Well, it's an acquisition company. Okay, it's a blank check company. Now let's see if they've made any. Ooh, and it's out of China. Not too many out of, or Singapore. Not too many outside of the U.S. Moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah. So again, this is one of these blank check companies. So basically, created. They're created. Well, now I am confused because it says that Real Messenger became a publicly traded company via combination with Nova acquisition. Well, at any rate, typically what the what a blank check company does is they're created, they're a bunch of investors put a bunch of money in, and then what they do is they look for a company to take public. It's sort of a call it an easier way instead of going through the rigors of an IPO. They look for a company to take public, and but it I don't quite understand this because it looks like they already did that. Ah, okay. This is back in March of last year, so it obviously did not happen. Real Messenger to become a publicly traded company via combination, so there must have been like a huge delay. Yeah, faces Nasdaq delisting over SPAC deadline. Okay, so they didn't do it. So now they additional contribution to the trust account to extend the period. Okay, so I guess I sort of understand. Anyway, you talk about risky, massively risky. Look at the volume, 65,000 shares. So that's really why I didn't pay any attention to it. Yeah, I mean the summit is well, there's 32. All right, guys, in about 40 minutes, I will be taking my break. So I'm just kind of biding my time. Boy, Till will not give up. What a rocky day. Look at Till. He just briefly made a new high, got up to 64 and then right back down to 61. And Baird calling for the shares to triple. Yes. They've got a $180 price target on it. And again, there's several big differences between Till and Summit. The big difference right now is the float. 3 million in the float for Till. That's why I can do this crazy stuff. Summit's got a lot more, over 100 million. But the other thing is that Till is this is all about China. Okay, these are China tests. I'm not trying to disparage China or anything, but at least William found that out. Really? Yeah, there are 100,000 at Interactive Brokers right now. Shorts available for TIL, 100,000 right now. All right, guys. So PCT is holding the VWAP area so far. 893 is the VWAP. So you know what? This gets some volume. This could pop it again. Okay, this could get some volume. It could pop it again. All right. So I see that GSIW it halted on the way up, and after really cratering here. Now that's not going to happen. Okay, it's not going to open at 12, but it probably more. It could open in this area, the 490 area. I don't know why these things show up. Meanwhile, U.S. Steel is in real rip mode here, guys. Yeah, look, U.S. Steel gains as an analyst reiterates it's 35 to 45. And who was that analyst? U.S. Steel, Wolf Research. Okay, so they put a 35 to $45 range on it. So when you look left on a daily chart, you see that the next high is 37.05. So about $1 to that next high. Meanwhile, WHLR looks like it's making new highs. Yeah, missed out on that one. That's for sure. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to put my. What time is it now? 11:25. I'm going to mute myself for about 5 minutes. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to be a little bit longer, so I put that to about 11:35. All right, guys, I'm back. Don't understand, Tony. I'm not in anything right now. If you're talking about WHLR, I wish I were, but I'm no, I'm not in it. If that's what you're talking about, boy, a lot of trending stocks today that I'm seeing. Look at space. I mean, just beautiful trends and a lot of stocks now today. Now here's the GLMD. Let's take a look at GLMD. What it is, what is it doing? Not trending. It's not a great trending stock, but nano float, another nano float. Yes. Well, we've got 510,000. So we're in the ballpark for GLMD. So looking left, the next high looking left for GLMD is 532 on a weekly chart. On a daily chart, sort of the same, not quite, 493. So there is room. There is room for this one to move if it wants to. I don't see any catalyst for it other than, people just looking for low flow stocks. Yeah. Now look at NOVV. Wow. This is so nonsensical. 82,000 shares. All right, so PLCE, which was an AI alert, is that right at the 200-day moving average? 1337 is the an AI alert a couple of days ago, right at the 200-day moving average. Well, guys, PCT is really holding the VWAP nicely, 893. It hasn't broken above it yet, but it is really holding the VWAP nicely. Well, I guess we don't call it Weight Watchers anymore, but WW is having a bit of a run here. WW announced yesterday and announced strategic leadership team appointments. Okay, well, that was some news yesterday for WW. Wow, I can't believe it's that price now, 86 cents. Wow. There's my drink, CELH. Okay, what are you doing, CELH? There's a sell signal right there. It's been a tough few weeks, since it hit 100, to say the least. Wow, 100 to 34. Yeah, that was back in May. All right, guys, PCT. Now, the problem I've got is that I'll be taking a break pretty soon, in about 20 minutes. So I don't know if I really want to enter anything, but PCT is looking, pretty interesting now. It's been able to hold that buy. I'm sorry, the VWAP 893. Well, this is getting juicy, this PCT. All it needs is some volume. You see how the volume, if you look at a 15-minute chart, you can see how it's completely tapered off. On a 3-minute chart, also, it's just tapered off. We do have this little buy flag here. This is from this, well, it's called Trade Wave. Okay. You have to have our latest beta and you have to be using our HTML charts, browser interface charts. And then you click on the FX and you click on Trade Wave. Now it hasn't moved though. It needs volume. It just needs some volume. Yeah, chill. Wow. Some wild, wild swings, guys. I mean, this is not the pre-market. I think, yeah, there was a pre-market. It got up to $64. Market opens, it goes down to $48, and now it's popped all the way back up to 67, taking out the pre-market highs. That is one big wow. Not for me, Bjorn. Yeah, not for me. Yeah, I'm on a development version. Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's a problem. I mean, if you want to take advantage of trade wave. God, I don't know why I can't remember what it's called. Trade wave and the go no go charts. It seems that some can't because there's no advice. No advice. I've brought this up. What? I have no idea. I just don't know. You know what? Have you sent in? Why don't you do this for me? They claim that not many people are complaining or talking about that. So now that might be because there's not that many people that have go no go. But why don't you just briefly say, I can't use the go no go charts when use browser interface is selected, and yes, I'm on version 0.95. Well, you must. Well, I thought you were on the beta version. You're on the beta version, right, Bjorn? Make sure this is you have to be on the beta version. So if you click on help and about, I thought you did that yesterday though. So if you click on help and about, yeah, you're on the beta. That's right. So it's not. So Nihan, as an example, but you may not be a go no go subscriber. The problem is being on the beta version and clicking use browser interface, then you can't use the go no go charts for some anyway. So let me put this out. Anybody who is subscribed to Go No Go, are you also able to activate FX? You have to be in the browser interface. I wonder if anybody's got. If you've got Go No Go, can you check browser interface and still have your Go No Go charts? I want to see if that is widespread. So, Mark, you can, and you are on version, and you are on help and about. Let's make sure you're on the right on the version. You're on 5.6.95. Just want to confirm that also. Then when you click on help and about, you're on version 5.6.95. Okay. Well, so there's a case in which Mark in our other room, Bjorn, he's on version 5.6.95. He's able to click on use browser interface. His Go No Go charts remain. And of course, the FX appears. So that's weird to coin a phrase. And Oliver is saying the same thing. So what I would do, Bjorn, is maybe, yeah. I mean, it's not affecting everybody, and I don't. I have no idea. So maybe send something into info at trade-ideas.com. Maybe they can take a look at your setup, or I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. And 100% you're on the beta. I mean, I'm not, want to insult your intelligence. 100% you're on the beta. It says 0.95. Meanwhile, look at the SPY. Wow. Uh, yeah, well, you may be right. Maybe it will hit 565 today. Okay, 120%. Okay, I take your word for it. The reason I say that, Bjorn, is it's amazing what happens sometimes. Like Chris sometimes gets involved and then goes into your system and says, "Well, wait a minute, you're not. I don't mean you." People who swear they're on some version, and then we find out they're not. I'm not. I'm not suggesting that's you. It may be the same thing that sometimes I don't get the a halt after something resumes immediately. It might be the server. I really don't know. I have no idea. Pepe, any idea why that could happen? Why it seems to work for most. Otherwise, we'd be inundated, I guess, with people saying, "How come it's not working?" But yeah, why would that happen? I wonder. You know what, guys? This has got a little bit of room. No, or does it? A little bit of room. Cade, CADE. I'm looking at this little buy. The buy would have been at 31.36, so it's the dime above, not terrible. The next high, looking left, is 31.85, so that's about 40 cents away. Could be interesting. Okay, so future. So the first thing, what trade wave is this? You see, we're getting little buy flags, and sometimes let's take a look at another one. Can you see my chart? my 3-minute chart, little buy flag right there. This is a suggestion to go long, okay? And if there was a sell flag, an S and a flag down, that would be a sell flag. And it's to do with this is brand new for us. It's called TradeWave. And in order to activate it, you must be on the latest beta, 0.95. And then you must be using the browser interface on your charts. Because watch what happens when I uncheck it. If I uncheck browser interface, see that FX option disappears. So when I recheck it, use browser interface, the FX option appears. And all you do is click on FX and then you click on TradeWave. And then, you'll start to see some little buy flags and some sell flags. And it doesn't matter the time frame you're using. And it's to do with this Ripster, this Ripster cloud. Here's another one, a buy flag for Till right there. Now, are they all going to work like this? Of course not, but these are just suggestions. But Zavi, I don't know if you're kidding me or not. I mean, how can I possibly think that it would be a good candidate? I mean, it could listen, and that's why I don't want to because look, it did hit 100 and whatever $50 in the pre-market, but I mean, look, it's just fallen right back down. I mean, my opinion obviously is no, but I don't want to say that because what if it goes to 100 again? But this is no, it's such a crazy low float. Any stock that has a float like this, when you're swinging, if you're trying to swing it, is very, very risky because anything can happen. Yeah, PCT is being stubborn. And then you can get these little reports, the TradeWave report. So you click on it, and you can see these were the short one. So they said there was a short opportunity at 202, but it obviously didn't work. It got up to 217, but then another short opportunity at 218, and at this point, it hasn't closed out, and you'd be up 14%. So the first one, if you'd taken it, if you'd had shorts available, this is what it's trying to tell you. You would have lost 7% on the exit, but if you did it again, you'd be up 14%, as an example. That's on the short side. On the long side, okay, I'm not sure why there's no available. Ah, yeah, because that's pre-market. So it doesn't look at the pre-market. And it's all with if you can kind of see, it's all with the cloud. And why it gets out is because it pierces. So for instance, here it is on the buy side. Okay. Now let's take a look at the trader report on this. Now this is pretty choppy at the very beginning. It obviously would have been better somehow if the buy had been here, but you can't. We don't know it's going to work like that. But let's take a look on the long side. So yeah, 458 got out at 427. So why is it getting out at 427? It's because it's hard to see, but it's piercing the cloud. This I this is all to do with this. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the buy. So it got above the cloud. It's hard to see, I know. But then when it gets back into the cloud, that's your exit. So Gary, are you talking about this? Your toolbar at the top here? Oh no, in the chart. How do I get the menu back in the chart? What menu are you talking this? Like what menu are you talking about? Oh, okay. Okay. So you okay, so you're good now. So I don't understand. You can't see that. So there I am. So there it is. And then if I check browser interface, use browser interface, there it is again, just with the FX added and a lot of other information. Yes. I mean, it's just a toggle on and off. So when I toggle off it, I'm going to lose all this information at the top. Plus, I lose the FX when I get rid of it. So I lose all that information at the top and I lose the FX. But when I right click and I click on the browser, when I right click and then use browser interface, all that other information comes back plus the FX. Are you saying you can't see this? Are you're not talking about this, are you? All this? Which I don't like. I don't need all that information. Are you talking about all this other information? Because this is just there's an up arrow here, and I don't like to see all that information. If you want to see all that information, there's a couple little you see these little down arrows. You just click on that, and it all comes back. But I don't want to see all that information. So is that what you're talking about? Okay. Were you talking about this? You're talking about this thing with this little menu here with this, you click on the pencil and all this stuff comes out. I'm not sure I know what you mean. So up here, so you can see what I'm pointing at, right? I got to go, Gary, but you're talking about all this information up here. You want all that information or you want all of this too? All of this too. Just give me a moment because I know I'm going to have to just let, because Andy's going to be showing up. I actually did not confirm it's going to be Andy. Okay, it is Andy. Okay, just give me a moment because I'm going to have to put my announcement. I will stick with you though, okay? I just have to put my announcement up because I'm going to have to get out of YouTube when Andy shows up. I will stick with you though until we get this figured out. Okay, and then here is the link to get into YouTube for those of you who want to head over and listen to Andy. Okay, one moment, Andy. Okay, guys, so Andy's in our YouTube room right now. I'm not going to put myself on mute in the main room yet because I'll put myself on mute just for a second. I'll come back to you though, okay, Gary? And Andy, give me one moment as I shut down my music so I can actually hear you.
What's happening, Barry?
Oh, what's happening? Awesome stuff.
Yeah, yeah, man. It's been a pretty crazy market, man.
Oh my goodness. Well, I got insanely lucky on TNON this morning.
Oh
When it
gosh.
got, it was literally a 4 or 5 second trade,
Oh,
if you can believe it.
yeah, I
It
saw that. You talking about pre-market?
no, I
Okay.
did not take it in the pre-market. It got
Okay.
halted once the market opened. Oh no, the pre-market was nuts. I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
had to actually make sure that there were actually some trades up at that price, and yeah, like 200. Well, on those 2 15-minute candles, there was like 400,000 and 200,000 shares. Now I don't know, if like how much was right at 135, but there's plenty of volume on those two candles. It's just
Yeah,
crazy.
crazy, man. Yeah, I saw that pre-market and I was thinking to myself, you know what? Some poor soul right now is just
Yeah.
in fetal position in the corner of his room.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah. No
I
kidding.
I just yeah, those things are so dangerous.
Yeah. Okay. I've got to try to
Take a
help
break.
somebody still in the main room, so I got to get back there. So
Okay,
okay.
buddy.
Thanks, Andy. Let me just
Uh-huh.
put
We'll
myself
see you in
on
an
mute.
hour. Take care.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar on the Friday edition. My name's Andy, if we haven't met, and looking forward to talking stocks, talking trade ideas, software. If anybody needs help, this is the place to just drop a question in that chat, and we will do our best to get an answer to you. But any other than that, yeah, it's a crazy market. We can definitely talk. We can definitely talk market, talk stocks. I'll talk more about. I mean, kind of what I've been doing lately. Uh, but man, yeah, it's been crazy. There's an IBIT alert. I did jump in this one earlier, and I'll tell you why I jumped in it. Was this? It's one of the, obvious, you call it a sector, I guess, Bitcoin, but something that hasn't moved, lately. And I just like the way it was kind of setting up at its 200 day. And then when I saw this move right here, rejection wick and then pop back up, that's where I grabbed some. And so far so good. I have scalped out uh, actually 2/3 of it because the last time I did this and held it over, I don't trade Bitcoin, so this is my only means of trading it, and it's just dangerous to hold over the weekend. You don't know what's going to happen over the weekend, so this will definitely be a scalp for me. You know what, Trader Seven? I did miss out on the silver and gold rally just because I don't like some things. I just don't like trading. Occasionally, I'll buy silver when it looks its worst. I think that's the time to buy it. Probably is good time to sell it right now, but it just seems like when it gets beaten up and starts to kind of consolidate, that would I almost bought it on this jam down that day because gold was holding up and I didn't, but oh well. But been been trading well, so I'm happy with the stuff that I've done lately, that's for sure. And funny in this market though. Yeah, that's right, Trader 77. One of my best trades, you can see, I have been has been FAS lately when it gets hit. I'll start out as a hedge and yeah, I had a couple of good moves in that and took profits because my positions were doing fine. It was just the financials getting crushed. So uh luckily I got out at the right time on both of those days. So that one's been I am back in from yesterday, but kind of a hedge right now because I think this is the sector that you got to watch out because when you see it's crazy market, but when I see stocks like JP Morgan getting hit like it did that day, and even now this thing looks like it's going to roll back over. What other WFC just weakness? I'm surprised that XLF is where it's at right now. I don't trust these ETFs anymore. I don't think they really, in my opinion, I don't think they mimic the underlying stocks in the portfolio. But that's just my opinion. I see stocks, the two biggest components of the two biggest holdings of the XLF is JP Morgan. And look at that. And then you got Berkshire Hathaway, another one that's not looking. So I look at XLF and I'm going, man, you sure have bounced back nicely to see all these banks still getting beat up. Now I know what it is. You got Visa's a pretty big component. It's been doing well lately. Mastercard, but I don't know. I just don't trust them. But anyway, that's me. Hi, Iris. Yeah, you know what's funny is I've traded PDD really well lately because I've been buying it down here. I bought it, when it was getting crushed, I think on this day. Anyway, I've been trading it well. I had a bid in it this morning around 90 to buy it, but I never got it. But I did come in long a couple of China stocks, and the news crushed them. And that's JD. I'm still in a little bit of JD. Luckily, you can see I've taken some profits in KWeb. Same thing. I've taken some profits, and my entry is good. So I'm not panicking out of those just yet. Although I did have to sell some JD this morning. But Mike C, man, I haven't seen you around lately. What do you been out feeding cows? JD, I may just have to dump it. Anyway, good to see you, Mike C. I'm in a couple of these miners. I bought because I thought maybe this move may be coming. I bought it this morning on a pullback. I got a nice price, but these things just cannot get going like they used to. They can if Bitcoin keeps going. They'll eventually. You'll see some short covering in some of these names for sure. Mara is probably the biggest shorted one. It's got a 27%. But yeah, that's just not that impressive. Now, that being said, I think if Bitcoin can get through some technical levels with where it's running into right now, it's kind of a you can see if I draw a horizontal line, you're going to see a basically a pivot level right here. So you got a lot of pivot points. So I think it might want to get to that 50 period moving average. And I think if it breaks through this level, you might see these going. But I've already scalped some Clarkson's Farm, Clean Spark. Yes, Trader 70. I agree. I agree. You just got if I can get these, I think some of these card companies V to roll over and Mastercard to roll over. I think because let's face it, let's see, Goldman Sachs, yeah, just bounced up into its armpit right now, but nothing to get excited about. Morgan Stanley, same thing. It's hitting its 10 period moving average. What's KRE doing today? Yeah, it got a little bounce there in KRE as well. But that being said, I do have a stop in on that FAS because I've thinned out a lot today, and I really don't need the hedge because I've taken a lot of profits. Uh, and I'm not gonna do it just because I'm bearish on the banks. It's not a reason. You got to play the price action for sure. And IBIT just went to high, so let's see if we can get a little move. And I might keep my last chunk since I took profits on 2/3 of that IBIT. But man, it seems like every time I do it the weekend, they hit Bitcoin. Sha, no, I don't have a an account with them just because I thought about it, but I'm like, I got a couple accounts I trade. I really don't need any more. And if I do, yeah, it's just going to take away from stuff I do in my accounts. I'm gonna have to split the profits. I'm gonna have to worry about making X amount of dollars. I think it's great for somebody, wanting to trade. It's gosh, I wish I'd had something like that when I started and I'd have to use my own money. I think, yeah, it's a great program for, you know, traders who need capital and, want to profit in the marketplace, and it's a great system and risk very little. Gosh, you don't have only have it's only a fee. You don't have to put up any risk capital at HYMC. Yeah, he told me. I think he's scalped out of it this morning, but yeah, that one's a nice one. This is why I'm taking a chance kind of on these on Bitcoin and some of these Bitcoin stocks, because I think they could have a move like silver really do. Bitcoin could. Yeah, I'll probably end up letting these go. I tell you, we better be careful. Oh, sorry about that. I accidentally hit the mute, my hard mute on my thing. Must have bumped up against my desk. Can you hear me now? Well, what I was talking about, I said you got to pay attention to some of this action we've seen in the financials lately. It's there was a lot of selling in this JP Morgan, a lot of selling in this, WFC yesterday. Citibank hasn't had a green day in 2 weeks, it looks like, so keep that in the back of your mind because we've seen financial crisis before, and more than likely we're going to see another one. I don't know when it's going to happen, but they have a way of getting greedy over time. All right, thank you guys, appreciate it. Yeah, Marvell, I've been in a while. Raw stores was from the eye. It was just a beautiful rejection candle right there on the gap fill, and had earnings. This is kind of stuff you look for when I'm looking for uh, calls to make in my trader's eye. And if you got the email, you would have noticed I talked about this when this was the number one on my list. So you had that big rejection candle, and then right at its moving averages, and the next day, you can see that's where I bought it. The next day, I wish I'd bought more size, but I just this crazy old market, the way it had been getting hit in the morning, scaring me. I think I'm about to ready to take the rest of my profits in this Kai here. Thought it would make it up to this over above $2. I'll give it a little bit longer. Dang, 1 million in the float, 12% short. This Rappel has been on my list a few times. Mind Mad seeing a little pop today. Let's see. I probably got to go ahead and cut these things. These two. I like to wait for the close, but yeah, I don't know. All right, let's see. Redfin, gosh, that was on my list right here above this level. Look at that move. Crazy. It's open door doing. Sometimes it likes to follow. Yep, it's having a decent move too. Okay, XLF is trying to get tired, trying to go to lows. I hear a few of Barry's stocks going off over here. It's kind of interesting there. I like those type of charts. Had a super slide after two really good trading days. It's been bleeding off, but now it's back above its 50 and trying to get through its 10. No real volume, but that is not bad looking. I like these kind of trades because you're basically buying like a 5-day high and it's getting through at the same time it's getting through two key moving averages. So very little risk in something like this. If I were to buy it, I would just cut it if it broke back below the 50. So you're you're basically talking about risking about 45, 50 cents, for who knows what. So I like that. I don't know if I'm gonna buy it with the market kind of dripping here, but let's see if that alert goes off. Dang, how far do I got to pull it down to see it on my enter? There it is. I'll set it just the highs. And the 10 period moving average is at 2509. This Google I caught on the lows the other day, pretty much. You can see my entry at 148. Unfortunately, I started selling with the price action we were having, and just but anyway, this is one where I'll keep a tiny bit and then see if it can pull back and maybe re-enter or something like that. What was that stock I was just looking at? Aspen? Uh, Yeah, I think I'm going to sell the rest of this thing. I'm all about taking profits right now. All right, let's take a look around and see. Yeah, I'll just wait for that alert because it needs to get above that 10 period anyway. This one was a stock that had been going sideways forever, you know. Well, finally, I did catch it yesterday. Scalped out of 75% of it, holding 25 to see if it can continue to work. Okay, the XLF is trying to go to lows here. JP Morgan is ugly. I was reading something the other day where JP Morgan was like, we're getting in trouble for overworking their junior bankers. So they came out and said, okay, we're going to cap them at 80 hours a week. I'm going, oh my gosh, what were you working on? I mean, 80 hours a week is like 16 hours a day. That is crazy. All right, I've seen enough. I'm going to get rid of these two. I never, I never just pull up something and punch out. Uh, Typically, I'll set a stop, even if it's 2 cents. That keeps me from just being emotional and picking up pulling up a stock and just, unless there's like news item and it's getting crushed or something, that's different. But I'll always set it maybe 3 4 cents lower, just when I'm swing trading, just to prevent me from emotionally getting out of a trade. And but I really don't want to ride this down another 20 cents. So I'm just going to set it below 10. And the same thing with KWeb. It's funny how those news items never go in your favor. And that one's going to be at lows at 20. I'm just going to set that at lows 25. I'll put 25, 24. Okay, XLF must have gone to lows. Yep. So that's kind of a bearish chart there. Couldn't, obviously bounce down here off the 50, but now it's running into trouble at the 20 and going to lows. See if anything comes of it. Obviously, I'm just looking, over the last 20 days. Obviously, if you look look over the last 20 months, it's a very bullish chart, but in the short term, I'm a short term kind of guy. Bitcoin kind of going sideways which can be very bullish after a decent move to just kind of go sideways, maybe set up and let this 10 period moving average come underneath. See? Hope you guys don't mind getting a little different perspective of the market than like when you're with Barry. Obviously, I don't do a lot of day trading. Tell you what I've been doing a lot of lately is sway trading, I call it. And Barry got tickled at that, where just kind of sway, not really swing trading because I'm a lot of times I'm taking profits intraday, like I did this IBIT. I'll just buy some, get a good move, sell 50%, see if the other one can run. If not, bail it. Yeah, I just been kind of jumping in and out because until the last day, I mean, look at the spies. Until the last few days, I mean, it's really been choppy the last couple of months. I mean, it's kind of a dangerous market to just sit in stocks. So I like to trade things kind of actively. All right. Once again, guys, if anybody out there has any questions, be sure to hit me up. Or if you got any stocks we want to look at. Wow, what a move by Remax. Good Lord. Decent volume too. Not sure how I missed that setup. That was a nice little setup there. So what I'll do is something like this. I'll throw it in my maybe build another alert, throw it in my stocks like this, and look at some of the position and range filters and see if I can because I know the ones I look at typically it's not looking for this much of a pullback, So, but I know there's one scan it might have been on because it is above the 50 period moving average, so it's very likely it was on that. I'll check. What's that SMX doing? JP Morgan's bleeding further. What's Bank of America doing? Boeing getting hit again? Oh, you dog. You pulled all the way back down here. Hey, you little dog. What's Mara doing? Yeah, these things they just can't get it going. I got to be careful. I got quite a bit of this, but And iBit's getting a little bit droopy. A lot of things are. Yeah, I'm gonna stop out of that docs if it can't hold that 36. Take my money and run. Gosh, what dogs. There's that ASPN alert. If it was anything but a Friday afternoon with the market feeling like it's getting tired, I'd probably buy that thing. Workers on strike at Boeing. Well, that just let's take a look at the monthly on this thing. Yeah, it's kind of in no man's land. Maybe right here it could work on a upside down head and shoulder pattern if it comes down there and digs in for a few weeks and turns around. But man, I don't know. That's ugly. Uh, Great Scott, I'm not sure. Yeah, I noticed a few of those when I'm doing my homework in the morning, and I don't trade them that often, so I can't remember any symbols. But yeah, I did notice some, a few of them on my in my scans. Well, that's just awful. Just have to flatten this thing. Well, these are officially turned into junk stocks. Well, I guess they've been junk stocks for a while, but boy, typically when you get a little move in Bitcoin, they'll hold up. Yeah, just he broke that 10, but yeah, it's just kind of sitting here at this level. I wouldn't be surprised to see some. Tell you what, I wasn't planning on holding, so I'm putting a tight stop on the rest of this Bitcoin. IBIT. And Let's see, where is that? 72. So if it breaks that, put it at 68. Geez, that Redfin. I wish I'd have bought it that day. I had it on my list. Yeah, hold on just one sec, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Aspen would have been a good one, I think. I just don't trust things on a Friday afternoon. Yeah, that's right. Trader 77, especially Friday the 13th. This market. Boing. Lunar to highs here. Dang, 20-cent move since we've seen it. By not punching out, maybe I saved myself. Get frustrated a lot of times instead of just punching out, just go ahead and put the stop a little bit lower, and you'll be amazed sometimes. Take your emotions out of it, and you next thing you know, the thing's trying to bounce for you. Mr. Barry,
Yeah, but
how
what
you doing,
happens is you
buddy?
keep lowering your stop over and
No, no,
over.
no, no, no. I don't do that. No, no, I don't do that.
Okay.
No, no. I draw a line in the sand. Once I put that stop in there,
All right. Okay.
I do it. I learned over my life, never just get frustrated, pull it up, and just punch it out. I mean,
Yeah, we all do. Yeah, I mean, we should
from
all.
if you're day trading is different, but for a swing trader, your 3 or 4 cents is not going to matter that much. So
Yeah, exactly. No,
yeah,
you're right.
so just go ahead, and so that way you're not trading emotionally. But anyway, yeah, there's. Is that the only trade you've made today? You've been making some more. I noticed that SMX was
No, I
having.
made. I got back. I'm in PCT again. I did take PCT earlier. Did okay. It was an AI alert. I didn't get it. I didn't take
Okay.
it when the AI did, and I did take. What was the other one? IMRX. I took IMRX also from the AI. Not because I saw it on the AI, but I had another alert, but I noticed it wasn't an AI alert also.
Nice.
So I know I did 3 trades, and I guess four, twice now in PCT.
Okay.
And so far,
Cool. Good.
so
So
far
far,
it's
so
all
good.
worked. Yeah, so
Nice.
far so good. And what I do, and I'm sure you do this. Well, maybe not because you're not really day trading too much, but I got extremely, I told you, lucky on the TNON. So I had a couple of shares in there. And so consequently, my day was over. I mean, my day
Yeah.
was really over on that one. I was really wondering if could run into the 20s and 30s. And
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
I'd say, well, my month is over. My year is over. Bye bye TI.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
but when that happens for me, though, I really reduce risk a lot. If I'm risking 500 shares or $500 a trade, and I've done really well, I'll probably reduce that to like $100 or $200 a trade, something like that,
Yeah.
because I don't want to give it all back,
Of course.
and I don't
Yeah.
have to trade. I don't have to trade. It's
Yeah. That's
One of
right.
those things. I'm not really a trade junkie. For doing the job I do, I think people think, oh, you must be in trades all day long. You must take 30 trades a day.
Uh-uh.
No, I'm about
Uh-uh.
4 or 5 trades a day max.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. I used to
So
be. I was a junkie in my day trading career, but it was just my style. I was a scalper, and
mhm.
yeah, I I was definitely a micro scalper. Just stick and
So
move.
so now, how do you feel about so Notre Dame beats your team,
Yeah.
and
Then
then
they
they
lose
lose to
to Northern
this
Illinois.
NIU. So where
Yeah.
does that put your team?
Well, yeah.
Good
Good
grief!
question. A good
I
question.
mean,
No, no.
I
Well,
thought of you when I saw that NIU score. I
my
said, "That's
expectations this year. You got a brand new coach. You got a brand new offensive coordinator. It typically takes
yeah,
it takes a good year. And now I think our quarterback may be hurt again. It's just it's really getting frustrated. We've lost our starting quarterback the last 4 years, man.
mm."
Yeah, it's
And then
it's
when you go to the
no
pros,
fun.
poor Tua. I wonder if that's it for him.
Oh no.
Three concussions, 2 years. I mean,
Oh
he's got 100 and I think 65 or 170 million guarantee. He could walk away with that and with his brain.
yeah.
It's too bad. Really too bad.
It is, but man, he shouldn't go in there like that, man.
Yeah,
When
I
you
know.
learn your lesson, I don't know.
But I guess instincts sometimes just take over. And I know what you're saying. But anyway, Andy, I guess nobody wants to hear us talk about
Yep,
college and
football.
pro
Yep, I'd rather
football.
get in here and talk more about stocks.
More about stocks.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Andy, again as
All right,
always for
Barry.
the for
Yeah. Have
spelling
a
me. We'll
good
see
one,
you next
buddy.
week.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye bye. All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. I paused to make sure I am. Yes, I am. And one last thing, just get my music going. Okay, I'm back. The PCT, guys, hasn't really moved that much. I'm in around this area right here. This what was it, 912. Hasn't really moved that much. I was waiting for the break over 9, and it did it, but it hasn't moved that much. But you know what? There's no reason for me to get out of it yet. Not yet, anyway. If it gets back down to 912, I'll pack it in. Meanwhile, I know while I was gone, my goodness, that SMX. Yeah, SMX. I mean, I saw it in the pre-market, but by the time I was sort of putting my list together, it had already dropped a lot, so I didn't really pay that much attention to it. But there's SMX, and why? Well, look at the float, 1.1 million in the float. And I don't see any news on it. So, guys, I may in fact pack this up for me at around 2 o'clock instead of 2:30. I am starting to fade a little bit, so I may pack up around 2 if that's okay. Maybe. William says he'll keep the room open until about 3:30. Mike C in our YouTube room. Haven't seen you for a long time. Oh, here's another one that's jumping. Not a low float either. 39 million in the float. China stock, AEHL, that has decided to jump 142,000 shares right there. Okay. So that is starting to jump for whatever reason. The next high looking left still has a little bit of room actually. 153 is the next high looking left.
What is a quick ratio? Yeah, I can show them in our YouTube room. Teaspoon Company, TSPCO. So we had PCT. It was really good at the beginning, 882, and it got, what did it get up to? It got up to, before it pulled back, got up to 926. No, that's wrong. I'm on a 3-minute chart. Got up to, on a 15-minute chart, got up to 955. IMRX was good at the beginning, 211, before it pulled back. Got up to 260. ATPC, I don't think worked at all. I don't think ATPC really moved off that 281. No, a little bit. Got up to 3. And then I didn't see this one. This is still in play, actually. It only alerted at 12:16. So there they are. Definitely, though, PCT and IMRX, you got to trade them. You got to be able to trade them. Ah, okay. Thank you, Captain. As you can see, that's why nobody should take a financial investment advice from me. I don't know any of this stuff. SMX, the next high looking left is, well, on the weekly chart. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. I mean, I think I still had room. I think it had 729. Yeah, I see. Yeah, yeah, that's about right. This about the same. 729, right there. That week. If it takes that out, the next high on the weekly chart is 1011. I don't understand what that means. You're stuck in a high position. You can't sell SMX. What do you mean by that, Manny? They blocked my account. You mean on that specific stock or in general? Are you in the States or something in a patent day trade rule or something? Is that why? Okay, so that should not be an issue. Wait a minute. You're not talking you've got $35,000 into that stock. Please don't tell me that. When you say 35K position, you mean that's your account size, which then you don't have to worry about the PDT? But is are they blocking you anyway from selling it? Wow, okay. All right. PCT. Yeah, you better call them because I mean, if you so I don't understand what you mean. A $35,000 position in SMX, or your account size is big enough so that the PDT rule does not apply to you. Because man, I mean, with that float, that makes no sense to me. And you're just trying to manually exit that position? You've got no stop saying or anything like that? You're just trying to manually exit your position? I mean, if yeah, this yeah, it makes no sense to me. I mean, if they allow you to buy it, they gotta allow you they have to allow you to sell it. Exactly, exactly, Pepe. Is this an OTC stock? Is it an OTC stock? I mean, I can't tell. I don't see the, I don't think it is because I have disabled my OTC, in well, I remember the time what was the name of that stock that did a reverse split in the pre-market, and that screwed it was an amazing win for a lot of people. What was that stock? It's probably a year ago, even 2 years ago. It's the only time I've ever seen that. They did the reverse split in the pre-market before they announced it in the pre-market that they were doing a reverse split. It wasn't like, they announced a week ago and then, this was the day they were gonna do it. They did it. I've never had that happen to me, Captain. Never, never, never. And we've traded garbage. Never had that happen with IB. Yeah, as Shady is saying, there might be something else going on that you're just okay. Is this an IPO? This is an IPO, guys. Just started trading. Well, that's what I was trying to figure out. Is he got 35,000 shares or $35,000 or 30 in that one stock? Um, or when he said 35, I thought he was referring to in his account so that he wouldn't be subject to the PDT. So, guys, this is an IPO that just launched at $33. Okay. Wow, it priced at 18. So this is way above the IPO price. Was priced at 18, 17.5 million shares. No, I mean none of that should matter, Shady. But something's obviously going on. But is it OTC? I can't even tell if it's an OTC stock. We, for some reason, normally right under here, I would see what sort of stock. It's out of Ireland, but again, that doesn't matter. But I usually usually I see the exchange. Now, unless I have to elongate the window. It is Nasdaq. Okay, well, then that maybe, yeah, if it's OTC, maybe there's some craziness going on. But oh, there it is, SMX. There it is. It's now showing up. Okay, yeah, it's weird. Well, who knows? Maybe it'll work out for you if it pops for you. But yeah, All right, guys, I'm out of everything. I took a little gain on the PCT. Probably, unless something astounding that I see happens, I'm not going to. But Captain, I have traded a lot of garbage stocks at I Interactive Brokers over the last 8 years. I've never had that happen. I am a population of one. I agree. Small sample size, but 8 years, almost nine now, almost nine. Let us know. Yeah, let us know, Manny. That's I'm gonna cross my fingers for you. MBX. So here's another, yeah, another good one. When I say good one, I mean it's priced at 16. Well, I have here 16. You had 17, but opening at 23. So another good one. Good meaning that it's above the IPO price. So that one, MBX did not show up here. And the other one was the BCAX, which was priced at uh, $18 a share, and it's above that price too. Well, it did get. Well, I had to do a couple of reboots. Well, I don't think it's a cash situation, Ahmed, but it's a good mystery. All we can hope for is that by the time he's able to sell it, that it moves higher. That's why I asked him, Rasco. I mean, he's trying to just manually get out of the trade without anything else, no stops, no anything else in there. But they should have. You would think if he's on the phone to somebody, they'd be able to look at that and say, well, this is why. If it were that simple, you would think. Another one popping here, guys. DHX. Another one popping. If it works, future, yeah, in our YouTube room, yeah. It makes no sense. Makes no sense that the guy you're talking to somebody, they can't look at your account and go, "Okay, we'll sell it." I mean, it makes no sense. We're sort of dominating this now, but I'm not. If they let you buy it, they have to let you sell it. They can't change the conditions. Once you're in the trade, they think you're an insider. Well, that adds a new wrinkle. Look at yeah, JBDI. I know. I think draw. You mentioned this one, JBDI. Another one that's another crazy one. Oh yes, this one, MXL. I wonder if can try to break out again. Not today, probably, but what if this can try to break out again? 1535. I'm putting in a price alert around 1542 for MXL. Why? Well, take a look at the previous 2 weeks. There are the highs right there. It attempted to break out. And of course, it's got all this room up here. Obviously, had a bad turn. Oop, I read Shady's Ghost. That's why I said turn. I had a bad something happened. Obviously, a bad week or a bad day for MXL. This is back in July, but you can see that if maybe next week, if it can break out over the previous 2 weeks high, maybe it has a shot to start to fill in this area. Yeah, I don't think it's anything to do with Interactive Brokers. I mean, in that regard, I don't want to indict them yet. Yeah, an excuse to nullify the trade in the first place. Hmm. Yeah, not when 27 million have traded. Yeah, TIL, no kidding. Showing up here on the relative strength leaders from the close, when normally the stocks that are here are, well, I shouldn't say that. This is super low float, but normally way less in price, $73. Well, you got to hand it to Mr. Baird, whoever it was, the analyst. It's funny, when I read this in the morning, I thought, okay, they've raised the target is 148. They raised the target by 148. I don't know why they be cryptic like that. Well, that was the fly. That's what they said, but it's really 180. So that's it. A 180 price tag. I don't know how. I think Baird is fairly respectable. I don't know. Well, I would also say if you made that much on that, you probably took too many shares because of, I mean, that with that float, anything could have happened. Well, I'm going to disagree. Not reliable. I mean, I've had it again almost 9 years now. I've never had an issue like that. So something else kind of that was too weird. Anyway, you can change broker. I'm not a shill, believe me, for Interactive Brokers, but yeah, I mean, I've not had to contact them in over, well, almost 9 years. I think in January I'm 9 years with them. I only had to contact them in the first week to set something up, and that's it. I haven't spoken to them in 9 years. There's no reason to. But anyway, I'm glad it worked out. Looking for sympathy, shady, maybe. Well, Bjorn, the other thing you can do is you can escalate it just a little bit, okay? If you click on my homepage link, give me a moment, okay? If you click on my homepage link, and you might start a live chat, okay? So click on my homepage link. I'm talking to Bjorn in our YouTube room. So click on my homepage link, and when you do that, wait for the chat to pop up. There we are. Need help? Okay, click on the need help, and then click on ask, and then click on chat. Okay, or yeah, click on the chat. Oh, this is, yeah, click on chat. I guess this is slightly changed. I guess, but there are people there, and Chris is there. He may. I'm not trying to. Chris, if you're listening to me, I'm sorry, but give him your email address that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas, and tell him you're on point. Like, do exactly the same thing, but this is more of a real time chat. Okay, and see if maybe somebody can help, because it's too weird that We have had other people. I know you're not the only one, but there are other people that it's not an issue. So I don't know what's going on. Well, imagine if that had happened to me with TNON this morning. Okay. Getting in at what did I get in at again? At 1469. Okay. And selling it like seconds later at 15, whatever it was, 1540 or so, in that range. What if they'd said nope? So it's not just, I mean, there's a very low float also. So all right, FTAL just got halted, guys, for some reason on the way down. Okay. FTAL just got halted on the way down. When I say for some reason, it's a volatility halt, so it is halted on the way down. FHTX was moving higher, I think. Yeah, FHTX. Well, where could this go? There's nothing on the weekly chart. Let's take a look at the monthly. So on the monthly chart, yeah, so you can see a couple of months right at 997. Excuse me, 983 and 997, 985, 9. So you can kind of see that 10 is an important level. So as always, I'll put a price alert around 10 for FHTX. And it might not happen today, but maybe next week. Let me know if they are able to help you, Bjorn. Okay. So if it is something that is, as long as it's not unique to your account, maybe there's something kind of crazy with the setup, or so at least I can help other people if it happens. Hey, Bjorn, you got some feedback? Good. Did it help? Boy, Redfin all day, guys. Redfin, I think, yeah, except for this little jog right there. But if you look at it, that was just a momentary blip on the 15-minute chart. Redfin all day long, RDFN all day long. Still has a little bit of room on the monthly chart. 1570, 1550 is the next high. So still $1.38 to the next high. And on the weekly chart, can't see it. So Some of the G and G were coming as okay. Okay, good. You mean the anchored VWAP? Are you talking about the, like, anchored VWAP? Talking to Bjorn in our YouTube room? That's the only other add-on that we've got, the anchored VWAP. The scanner for me, Veronica, this showed up really early on the large cap gainers from the open, right from the outset, okay? This is one I was gonna take, but then I got into the, TNON and I had to concentrate on by that time, it had already done that little pop. So I decided not to take it and kept running. So it was my large cap gainers from the open. Now I rebooted a few times, okay, so that's why it's only showing one win, but it was right at the very, very beginning of the day, the Redfin. Bye, Manny. Okay, so that's the reason. So, but Bjorn, remember I asked you, to click on the Go No Go channel, right? So you saw this, like you saw a symbol to click on, which means you had a subscription. You know what? I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, as long as they filled it for you or fixed it for you. Hmm. Okay, so I see Chris helped you. Hmm. Okay, so if there's anybody out there, okay, anybody out there, this is we've gone to another accounting system, I think, and that has caused some problems. Okay. So if there's anybody out there that has the go no go charts, okay, and then when they click on right click, and when you click on browser interface, they go away, let me know, okay? Because we have to manually fix it, which is a real pain. It's not everybody, but it's a real pain for us. So just let me know, and I'll direct you to our accounting people, and they can fix it. They can fix it. So it's only for those of you who have taken a Go No Go subscription, if you're hearing me in the rooms, both rooms. And when you right click on your browser interface, let me do it over here. Get out of here. When you right click, notice the Go No Go, well, the Go No Go charts, but you don't have the FX. So just let me know if you're having an issue. Oh, that's right. You're saying when you click on use browser interface, Go No Go charts leave. True. Okay, so let me explain it again. So if you click on use browser interface and your Go No Go charts disappear, let me know. Well, there's a part of me that says, you know what? Why not take Redfin, RDFN, if it breaks out again? 1414, it's sort of basing on the 15 minute. You can see that. And yeah, get some volume coming in, popping it through. We already look left on the chart, and there's still room over $1 to the next highs. And here's Bone Natural Life is popping here, guys. BON, not much volume. Another China stock. Well, you can tell we're not in earnings season at all. Hardly any earnings plays coming through, and all the low float nonsense is coming through. So well, there's Jebediah right here. JVDI 3123 is the high. Who knows? Put a first alert there. Maybe it takes it out. It whips a little higher. Spread is not crazy bad. 7 to 18 cent spread, not terrible. Yeah, IPO'd a few weeks ago, right? 2 weeks ago. So far, it's been a success. Ooh, Shady's tempting the gods of CMX. Oh, this is the okay. This must be the warrant for NOVV. Yeah. You know what? We used to not see the warrants get. Look at all these different classifications now of NOVV. pending additional information. Not not what you want to see. Hopefully, nobody's in this one. You shouldn't be. All right, guys, give me one moment. Well, guys, here's another one. Okay, here's ARI, AIRI. Why, another one. Well, look at it. It's above last week's high now, and 3 weeks ago, it's got up to 950-ish. Okay, so there's another one that is acting up. Another low float, 2.47 million in float. Not much volume, only 276,000 shares. But let's see what the spread is. Yeah, the spread is not great. 703, 714, not great for a $7 stock. All right, guys, 148. I will hang around. I said I might take it or back it in around two, but I'll muddle through to 230 anyway. So before I do go, though, one last look at my homepage. and all the information, including the scans that I'm currently sharing with you. And that, yeah, JBDI halted. So where's this going to open? Oops, not good. Oh, it got halted on the way down. Yikes. Okay, halted on the way down. All right, clicking on my homepage link. Okay, before I do this, Travis, why new price alert window open one of my? I can tell you exactly why, Travis. So first of all, Travis, can you? Alex, I think I can. Can you hear me? And can you see what I'm going to do? Okay. So I think this is what you did. So if you go to Tools from the toolbar, okay, click on Options. So Tools, Options, and click on Layouts. Okay. Now, you see where it says Opening Windows? You have Open and Dock Window checked. You can see my screen. Do you have that checked? Okay, that's the reason. Yeah. So yeah, uncheck it. Otherwise, every time you open up, load something, it's going to go into some dock somewhere. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay. And then don't forget to save. Okay. Uncheck it and save. Save your work. Well, no, it's not simple. It's not simple, Travis. That's the whole thing. I mean, unless you realize you did it. I mean, you probably checked it a long time ago, not realizing, and then that's something easy to not even know why that happened. Okay, guys. So clicking on my homepage link, as always, you're going to take out a subscription. Please use my promo code. That'll help the room, help to keep it free. The room gets credit for the subscription, and that's what the company wants to see. And so it's 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with a download and install. I'll scroll down a little bit here. Introduction to scans, top list, and alert windows. You have to do this first. You don't have, I'd like to back this up. I know docking is in here. I don't think that that should be in here. I don't think that's something that anybody has to learn. Certainly not when they're learning trade ideas. I call that a kind of an advanced topic. Oh, I would not even look at that. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Full series of videos, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And we had a really good one this week. eBay. The market has not tanked at all. So my guess is eBay is probably still on the 33 level. I mean 63 level, 33. Yeah, so the trigger was 59.65 or so. So that's a great trade of the week. And then the education section is here. And then here are my scans. So here are the ones that I am currently sharing. Here are the ones. These are the ones you can actually see right now. Okay. Biggest fan is from the start of the race is here. The halts resumes is here. Relative strength meters is down here. And then movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I'm just not displaying them on this monitor. The only other ones I have open, though, I have momentum open, and that's it. So the AJ Burke. So the difference between the TIAI long channel bar and the AI channel bar. I haven't looked at those for a long time, but my guess is that the AI channel bar are today's alerts. Okay, so these would be today's alerts that happened.
And then the long channel bar are, for instance, at PCT. Well, PCT, in fact, it probably is on that because you see PCT. Let me just see. I thought PCT was a. I sworn it was an alert yesterday. I guess it wasn't. Well, SMNT was. Okay, so you see SMNT was an alert yesterday from the AI. If it is still working, it'll show up in the long channel bar. Okay, does that make sense? And you can see obviously it's still working because it's above the price. So it was alerted at. And probably the most spectacular one is the TIL. This was alerted right here as a buy. So this should be in the long channel bar. Okay, so I just loaded this. Okay, so these are the ones for today. We'll call that the Holly AI channel bar, and then these are the long ones that are still working. And I was just mentioning that the till obviously still working in a huge way. Okay, does that make sense? Because we had an alert to buy this 4 days ago. And so if anything is still working meaning it's above the alert price, then you should see it in this one. Okay. And then this would be on the short side. Not sure why they did that, to be honest, but these would be still working on the short side if there are any. Yeah, so these are working on the short side. It just drives my computer nuts. Well, look at Redfin here, guys. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to do it. I mean, I'm going to take off pretty soon, but look at the RDFN. I mean, the high right there. This is what I don't like about our browser interface charts. It drives me crazy because on this one anyway, because I like the way I can just quickly just hover over a candle or a bar and see what the high is, as opposed to having to click on the bar and then having this pop up. I don't like that at all. But once you click on it, it's up. You don't have to keep clicking on every bar. But I just wish that, and I think there is a way in which you can have it set there, even when you go to another channel or another stock. I think, but I don't like that. I just like to see it at the top. But anyway, the high was 1413. Some volume actually did come in too. Volume is starting to come in a little bit on the Redfin. You can see a little volume burst right there. Yeah, that was that's kind of reckless. Well, maybe he's got a $10 million account, but seriously, yeah, to pour that amount of money into a stock like that, wow. Look, I mean, it's just starting to see a lot of these late like, volume popping into some of these stocks. There's another one, ARMN. Look at the volume that came in on the 15, on the 3 minute. Where am I finding these? This is just in the momentum scanner, guys. Okay, right here, which I'm sharing. Whoa, here you go. So there's a bit of a downturn. There's a sell button right there on the SPY. Well, but you see how it disappeared. I guess as this candle has to close. Well, experience, Shady, but he would have to have a pretty large account size too, to risk that amount of money and something like that. You know, you're going to risk $35,000 on something like that. Your account size is going to be pretty darn big. All right, there's the Redfin now, RDFN, just taking out that little high here. And maybe it's going to go on a bit of a late day run, guys. RDFN. This is fascinating with the go-no-go charts, how the color is changing. Okay, it's orange, and then it goes light blue, and then it or cyan. It's, there's uncertainty, a little uncertainty right now in this bar right there. But Captain, seriously, are you actually looking at financials? When maybe you don't trade these. Maybe you don't trade these low float stocks. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember because if you look at most of these low float stocks, if you're looking for a good financial, you'd never trade them, right? As I say, we're never marrying these things. We're just trying to carve out a little existence by maybe even just getting the middle two-thirds. Because really, who's looking at that information when you're sort of rapidly trying to get into one of these things? I understand what you're saying,
But I mean, there's no time to do that. In real life, of course not. But I wouldn't know that. There's no way I'm going to be these things that move pretty quickly. If I had to go to some filing and go through the filings to see all that, by that time it could be over. Really, 10 seconds? Maybe too long. I don't know. Okay, I'm not even sure that would stop me because we're just looking at it's somewhere. Some group has got a hold of the stock, and it's just a matter of trying to tag along for a while and then get out. Yes, OIMC. Oh, Mick, look at this. Look at the volume that came in too. I mean, that's the whole thing. Look at the volume that came in. And it came, let's say it went up to 1058 and right back down to 10. So, obviously you don't, I mean, it looks great when you're in this really, really early. It's great if you can sell up here. It's just that, you've got to think that a lot of people looking at this parabolic move are going to take a lot of profit. Meanwhile, TIL briefly made another new high for the day. Oh, look at that action. Look at that action on the SPY. So see how that changed orange, now it's back to cyan. Now that's cyan on the go no go chart. So yeah, I'm in it. I'm in this one just to see. Yeah, I'm talking about the Redfin. Oh, I'm not tempted. No, I'm not tempted to get into TIL. It's just gone. I mean, I just wouldn't know where to put a stop. If you're going to swing it, maybe, but I mean, the temptation, of course, is because Baird put a $180 price target on it. That's the temptation. But again, it's such a low float, 3 million. Now, they haven't done a financing, have they? I'm just throwing it out. I don't think that I haven't seen a financing, and you got to think. I mean, they're crazy if they don't do a financing.
On our Redfin here. Okay. Yeah, I don't see any financing information. You have to think they've got to do a financing. Thank you, Captain. Market did not crash. No report came out. We had a bar down, but came right back up. Yeah, the 200-day moving average, $11. Yeah, no kidding. Well, of course, it's all this week. I don't think anything specifically came out at 2 o'clock. I'm just talking to Sean, our YouTube room. Let's see, 2 o'clock. No, nothing. Nothing came out at two that I'm aware of. Not on my economic calendar, anyway. Fireworks will be next week. Well, fireworks. I mean, the only fireworks will be if they don't reduce by 25 basis points, because I think the market is certainly prepared for that. So now a 40% chance. Okay. So if they don't do anything, Mr. Market will do this. But I think there's almost zero chance of that happening. I mean, it's wild. I mean, what was yesterday? Yesterday's low was 29, the high, so that's $30. This low is 47. I mean, we're almost got identical candles here, $30 candles. There we go. The voice of reason afternoon drop is typical on Friday, 3 p.m. other days, or 2 p.m. Okay, the 2 p.m. drop. Typical on Fridays. Smart money. Well, that's not me. I guess I'm not closing out my Redfin position yet. Is our closing positions early? I think, Captain, you kind of said the same thing, right, with the cues right there. So, but it did pop right back up. What were the dates I was supposed to write down? 17 was a consolidation, right? So it was what, 16, 18, 19, and 20 or something like that? You said yesterday for next week? Those are going to be down in theory, down days. One of those days. I know there was one day that was not in that string of 4 days.
Okay, so that's what Captain is saying. I mean, it doesn't have to hold, of course, but well, what will be super interesting, I mean, we still got half the month to go, but as we speak, so the high was 560.81, okay? 568. Well, no, what's the close? Did we look at the previous month or the previous day? So call that, yeah, call it 564. So, we're talking about September historically being the worst performing month historically. Now, we still have half a month to go. I mean, this could just come crashing down again. Oh, wow. VMAR. This was a big one in the pre-market. Look at the pre-market action for VMAR. Got up to $4. Halted there right now on the way down at 130. Well, Captain, it'll be interesting to see if those historical historical days, see if they come true. Yeah. Was there a debate this week? I'm kidding. I know I live in Canada, but I'm kidding. Baba, I see your comment about Root. I don't remember if there was any news about Root. I can't remember that. If was there actually some news though that caused Root to go up, or was it just one of those things? I mean, at least you can say, okay, there is some news for Till. Okay. Ah, Pepe, yeah, the old spit take. Never be told something that surprises you when you got a mouthful of liquid. Yeah, I see that. Thank you, William. Making my haven't seen one for a while. My favorite thing for a company to do: spring a financing in the middle of the at any time during the market hours. OMIC just made a new high, so it had that crazy action, going back down to 10. Now it's back up, and just making new high. Guys, just my momentum scan. If I were to have one other scan that I'm not displaying, this would probably be the one that you might want to take. You see what's happening? OMIT just making new high after new high. Yeah, Bjorn. So I was asked to give a quick 1 minute rundown. Even if it takes more than a minute, I'll do it. Okay. So this is a momentum scan. And here's what I'm looking. Now you can have the scan, Bjorn. You know that. You can have it. It's on my homepage called Momo. But basically, this is what it's looking for. And of course, you can always make changes to the price range or any other change. But in essence, this is what it's looking for. It's looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume has to be at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal, up to the time of day, it's time of day sensitive. Okay. And then this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay. So, and up 2% from yesterday's close and minimum 100,000 shares. So those are the filter values that I'm using. And obviously, you want to make anybody looking at this can make changes. If you don't like something in here, or maybe you want to add a filter, that's up to you. And then if a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing this over and over again. It's meeting all these filter requirements and making a new high for the day. Okay? That's all it is. Real simple. And again, it's on my homepage and it's in the scan section, my scan section, and it is called Momo. And in case somebody was watching is not familiar with my homepage and the scans, okay, so click on my homepage link and here they are. Okay, just scroll down, middle section, right here. Here are my scans. And there's the momentum scan that I just was demonstrating, but here are all the other ones. Okay, what I use in the pre-market act is up and down. I shut these down once the market opens. But you can see I do have other scans. I don't have them all up and running, of course. So if you're wondering, well, why do I have them here if I don't have them all up and running? Because you may look at one of these and go, well, I wouldn't mind trying that one. And I may try it. I may get back into the gap continuation or reversal scan once we get back into earnings season, because that's when we can see a lot of continuation plays or reversal plays. Okay. When we get into earnings season, but we're not there now. So I choose not to run it. Okay, guys. So I think I might wrap this up. I will stick around. Okay, if there are some questions, but otherwise, I will. I think I'll just wrap this up now. Again, I'll hang on for another couple of minutes, see if there's any posts for questions. Otherwise, I think I will wrap it up. So what I'm going to do is in the YouTube room, I will put the link to get into the main room. William says he'll keep it open until about 3:30. So again, if you click on my homepage link, those of you in YouTube and you want to still talk about trading with other people, here's what you do. Expand that a little bit, and there's the trading room. Okay, trading room. Click on the trading room, and that'll take you into the main room. And there's still people there talking trading. Okay, or talking stocks. Okay. You too, Shaw. Still just made another new high.
It'll actually be interesting to see what happens with this one after hours. I mean, especially if it holds its gains, okay? If it doesn't give it up a lot, but holds in the over $70 level. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I will wrap this up. So again, thanks for all the help all week long. What an exciting week. I say that every week, but it's true. Exciting weeks abound when you've got trade ideas. So have a great weekend, everybody. I'll get on the mic 9 o'clock Monday morning. So have a great weekend. We'll see you then. So I'm stopping my screen sharing and I'm muting myself now in the main room. And now I have to shut down anybody who's still in YouTube.